Good, Mr. Peters. Are we ready to go?
Yes, we are, Commissioner.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I first of all just begin by explaining the delay in starting this morning? We were scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. Fortunately, the Honourable Julian Fraser, who is our first witness of the day, experienced some technical difficulties, and that's taken some time to sort out. Just again for the transcript, in terms of representation, there is no one attending today on behalf of the Attorney General and the elected ministers, but Mr. Daniel Flegelston Davies attends on behalf of Mr. Fraser and also other members of the House of Assembly. Honourable Fraser, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, and thank you also for making yourself available to give further assistance to the Commissioner. You are still bound by you gave on the previous occasion, so there's no need for you to do that again. If I explain that the primary purpose of asking you to assist further is just in relation to the Auditor General's report on the Sea Cows Bay Harbour Development Project, which was published in August 2014, and as to which the Auditor General has given evidence to the Commissioner. Can I check what you have in front of you in terms of documents? You provided to the Commissioner an annotated version of the report, which contains various comments that you've made, and you've also provided an additional marked map. Do you have copies of those documents with you?
Yes, I do.
They are to assist you. I think they've been paginated by the Commission for you, and the pagination number appears at the bottom centre corner. So if I refer to that document, I'll take you through on that pagination. Separate to that.
I'm sorry, but let me see if I can. Well,
don't worry. What I'll do, Honourable Fraser, is I'll just refer to it via paragraph numbers, and that should be as easy a way to work through the document.
Okay. It is paginated. The Auditor General's report is paginated. I have the paginate numbers for that.
And that starts at 721, doesn't it?
Pardon me?
It should start at 721.
It does.
All right, that's fine. That's what I was also going to check with you, that you had a copy of that document as well.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Again, just slightly to revisit the periods in which you've held ministerial office, but just so that we have it on the transcript again. Is it right that from May 1999 to May 2002, you were the Minister for Natural Resources and Labour?
I don't have the dates in front of me, but it sounds correct.
And then you then moved to head the Ministry for Communication and Works, and that was from May 2002 to July 2003.
Again, it sounds correct.
There was then a period in opposition, but in August 2007, you returned to government and to ministerial office, and you again returned to the Ministry of Communication and Works, and you remained in that post till, I think, November 2011?
Until 2011, I don't remember exactly the month, but it sounds correct.
Well, I mean, was it?
Of assistance, that would be correct, sir. The elections of 2011 happened in November of 2011.
There you have it, Mr.
We got a confirmation on that. We got a confirmation on that. I have no reason to doubt what the numbers are.
But you were in office as the minister until the election, is that right?
Correct.
To just give ourselves some background in relation to the report. If you look, and we can use your version if you like, or the...
Yeah, let's use my version.
All right. If you go to just take a look at paragraph 4 and...
Sure.
what that explains is that in 1991, the Ministry of Natural Resources established a steering committee to consider a reclamation plan for the Sea Cows Bay Harbour area. And what came out of that process wasn't a detailed plan, but a proposal that any future reclamation in Sea Cows should be bulkheaded. And that proposal, and we can see that if you go through to paragraph 15 of your version, which is on internal page 5, that proposal led to a compromise that government would work with local developers to ensure that bulkheads were constructed, but not at cost to the community, and that the cost would then be passed on to the developers in a subsequent lease between the parties. That's between government and the developers. Now those decisions in terms of the establishment of the steering committee, the reclamation plan, the discussions about the costing of bulkheading, they were decisions, were they, that were made before you came into politics? Is that right?
Which I can't speak to. That was 92.
Yes. So effectively, you inherited those decisions.
I'm not sure that I did.
If you look at paragraph 16.
Yes.
September 2001, the Ministry of Natural Resources, under the administration of the Honourable Julian Fraser, engaged Smith Arnborg Architects Limited to produce a conceptual development plan of Sea Cows Bay Harbour. So that's, is that right, that your ministry then commissioned a plan in September 2001?
Yes, we did.
And it's, I think the last page, it's a document that you provided to the Commission, which you've labelled, or has been labelled M1. It's a marked version of the concept development plan. Have you got that with you? And
yes,
just,
this is it.
Yes, and what you've marked on that for the Commissioner is the extent of bulkheading that was anticipated. Is that right?
Right, that red line, just where that red line is only, that's what it indicates. That's where the bulkheading is. That's the project.
And it's essentially between the two arrows, the heads
between
of
the two arrows. Nothing but the red line.
Yeah. So running across from the head of the first arrow, running across to the head of the second arrow. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And sticking with your document, Honourable Fraser, it's recorded there that you then presented that plan, that concept, to the Executive Council in October 2002, and the Executive Council then adopted that. Is that right?
That's right.
And what we see, and this is at paragraph 18, and I just want to confirm whether you agree with this. What's recorded is that the Executive Council also 4 matters. The tendering process was to be waived to allow the Ministry of Communication and Works, which by this time you were leading, to engage contractors to procure materials for bulkheading the harbour at Sea Cows Bay.
Yes.
The Ministry of Communications and Works was to proceed to carry out further dredging and to bulkhead the harbour through a series of petty contracts, and if necessary by major contract, provided that the Executive Council's approval be sought before any major contract is awarded. Works were to commence on this project immediately by use of funds already appropriated under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour. And fourth, further development of the harbour be done through funds to be provided under the Ministry of Communications and Works via 2003 estimates or by prior supplementary appropriations. Do you agree that those were 4 points that the Executive Council did adopt?
Agreed.
And was it in effect that what happened was that whilst the there had already been funds allocated to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour, the Ministry of Communications and Works was now taking over the project and would therefore take over those funds.
Provided, yes, provided they were transferred to the subhead that was allocated. Yes.
And if additional funds were required, we're now in 2002, your ministry would then have to either do it by within their budget estimates for 2003, or by seeking a supplementary advance in advance a supplementary appropriation. Is that
That's
right?
true. That's right.
So what your ministry couldn't do was, if you like, incur those costs and then deal with the shortfall via a supplementary appropriation.
The ministry couldn't incur the cost without the approval of the Ministry of Finance.
And effectively, the funds would have to be there before you could incur the cost.
Approval would have to be given in order to incur any costs.
Thank you. Now, one of the points you've made in relation to this paragraph and these 4 points is this, the approval, and that's the approval of the Executive Council, is what was used to execute all works to date. And I wondered whether you could assist the Commissioner just with a little more detail about what you meant by that. When you refer to works to date, what are you referring to?
You see that note? Where's that note?
If you look on your document.
I'm looking at it.
At page 6.
Okay, I said this approval by the Executive Council is what was used to execute all works to date.
Yes.
Well, up until the date when I left the ministry, the funds that were used were executed on the works that were approved by Executive Council and nothing else.
So you left the ministry in 2011, and is your point that the way the project was progressed from 2002 through to 2011 was under...
I can't speak, unfortunately, I can't speak for what happened between 2003 and 2007. That was under a different administration.
That's a fair point, Honourable Fraser, and I should have phrased the question a little better. And I'll do it this way. Is your point that the approval that was given, or the adoption of the plan, the concept plan in 2002, with the 4 points that the Executive Council agreed, is it your evidence that that was the basis on which you, when you were the minister responsible, progressed this project?
Absolutely.
And at no point did you then go back to Cabinet or the Executive Council or Cabinet, as it then became later on, to alter the terms of the project or seek the use of a major contract or a different sort of contractual arrangement? Is that right?
That we had not progressed to that point. We hadn't gotten to that point. The only thing that was done is in 18.1, where it says procure material for bulkheading. That's the only thing that was done.
I see. So your point is that in the time that you were the minister in charge, and yes, there's that period is broken by a gap. The only steps that were taken was procuring material for bulkheading.
Yes, absolutely.
If you look at 19,
yes,
there is reference there to a contract with A.R. Potter and Associates to prepare design development documents.
Yes.
And the project construction costs, this was in February 2003, so shortly before you stopped being the minister, which happened in July 2003. So the project construction was estimated at $1,350,000. The question which arises again from the comment that you've put in the document you provided to the Commissioner, the contract was authorised by Honourable Fraser's district representative and signed by the permanent secretary, and you said who authorised it. But if it was a contract that your minister...
Let me just ask the question. The contract was authorised by Honourable Julian Fraser, district representative. That's ridiculous. A district representative cannot authorize a contract. It's just an attempt to make sure that the district representative name is in there somehow. But as a district representative, you have absolutely no authority to authorize a contract.
Would you have, given it's a contract that was entered into by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour, would it have been?
Where was I at that time?
You were in Communication and Works.
Okay, so it's Natural Resources and Labour, not Communication and Works, and not the representative for the 3rd District.
But
the minister.
2 questions, doesn't it, Honourable Fraser? Firstly is, why is the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour entering into this contract when the Ministry of Communication and Works had taken over the project?
If I was to guess, it's basically the same question I have, but I know we would have been working in communication with each other. But if I was to guess, I would say is that because since the monies for there were still monies in Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour for the project, it was a means of using that money from that location, as opposed to having the monies transferred over to the Ministry of Communication and Works. That's my best guess at this particular time. And I have no problems with the fact that the contract was executed through that ministry, because I'm sure we were working together.
Looking at paragraph 19, that refers to a contract with A.R. Potter to prepare the design development documents.
Yes.
And where there's a reference then to the contract was authorised by you, Honourable Fraser, as district representative, and signed by the permanent secretary, Natural Resources and Labour. I understand the point you've made about district representative, but the contract is the contract with A.R. Potter, isn't it?
Yes.
And that was in February 2003 when you were the Minister of Natural Resources and Labour. And that contract would have been signed by the permanent secretary of that department, wouldn't it? So all of that, of that ministry, all of that is correct, isn't it? Other than as district representative. But you as the minister would have authorised the contract, and it would have been signed by the permanent secretary, wouldn't it?
When you say why would I have to authorize the contract as minister?
No. I'm sorry. It was a question.
Oh, well, simply put, a contract was issued to A.R. Potter by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour.
Does it
I don't understand why the constant reference to Julian Fraser. That's my problem. I don't understand the constant reference. Contracts are issued regularly all the time by the ministry, and whoever signs it, it's never the minister who signs a contract. And the minister never have to authorize a contract.
Does your evidence come to this? You accept that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour entered into a contract with A.R. Potter?
I accept that.
That was in February 2003.
Yes.
Time when you were you then the Minister for Communication and Works?
Again, I'll have to look at those dates that you've been referring to. Have we agreed that at that time I was over in Communications and Works, February 2003?
I think it's fair to say Mr. Fraser, that you weren't sure about the dates, but the dates Mr. Rowett put to you were that you became the Minister of Communications and Works in May 2003.
Okay, so I was Minister for Natural Resources in February. Yes.
Yes.
I think, Commissioner, just to sort of clarify my understanding of the dates, it's that if I just put it on this, the Honourable Fraser was Minister of Natural Resources and Labour from May 1999 to May 2002.
Oh, 2002, okay.
Yes, so I apologise if the error is mine. From May 2002 to July 2003, he was Minister for Communication and Works. And then August 2000 to November 2011. So August 2007 to November 2011, he was again Minister for Communication and Works.
Yeah, thank you.
So when the contract was entered into with A.R. Potter, I was not in Natural Resources and Labour. That was 2003.
What I want to do is just to make sure we properly understand your evidence on this point, Honourable Fraser, is just if I can put a sort of hopefully a series of short propositions to you, and you tell me whether you agree them or not. So you accept that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour entered into this contract in February 2003.
Accept that.
You were not, it seems, on the information we have, at that point, the Minister of Natural Resources and Labour. You'd taken over another ministry. Is that right?
Right. I'm sure.
Yeah. The contract, as recorded there, is signed by the Permanent Secretary of Natural Resources and Labour.
I would, if that's what you said, that's what I believe, that it was signed by the Permanent Secretary.
And that's in keeping with your understanding of who signs contracts anyway.
Well, I
mean, you said
contracts. To be honest, I believe the Permanent Secretary may have signed the contract. I'm not sure, but if that's what it says, that's what I believe it.
Okay, and this contract was entered into after you had presented the concept plan to the Executive Council.
Sure.
And so
this is all a progression of the Executive Council's decision.
And there was, it seems then, a period where your department, Ministry of Communication and Works, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour, who held monies already allocated for this project, were working in conjunction on it. Is that right?
That's what this particular issue suggests, and I accept that.
Right. Did you have any input of any sort into the contract or the negotiations for entering into a contract with A.R. Potter, or the decision to engage A.R. Potter? Any aspect of that contract? Did you have any involvement with it at all?
I would imagine that discussions were had, and I probably was involved. I would doubt that I wasn't involved. I would not distance myself from that.
But would you have expected to be involved as the Minister for Communication and Works, or
where the project is? Yes.
As the district representative, or both?
It hadn't filtered down to district representative level as yet. I think it would have been at the minister's level as minister.
Given that this was a significant development occurring within your district, would you have expected to have been consulted as the district representative?
I have, from 2003 to 2007, I had never had any discussions with the ministry or government about the project. And I noticed that things had happened. So yes, I would expect to have been consulted in one way, shape, or form, but it depends.
My question is directed to a time. This is February 2003, so you've not yet left government.
No.
That happens in July 2003. So at this point, when the contract is entered into in February 2003, and so at that stage, you are in government. So you are a minister and a district representative.
Yes.
I think you said that you would expect that you would have been consulted as a minister.
As district representative.
And would you have expected to have been consulted as district representative as well?
Absolutely.
So,
Not in the design stages necessarily, but when it comes to construction, definitely. But that never happened from 2003 to 2007. But for the purposes of this discussion regarding A.R. Potter, I would say to you that I knew about her engagement. There's no denying that I knew about her engagement. How she progressed with the job, I'm not sure that I had ever had any contact with her, but I knew she was engaged.
but the point is that you would have known she was engaged at a time when you were in government. It comes down to this, doesn't it? The phrase that you take issue with in this paragraph is that the contract was authorised by Honourable Fraser as district representative.
Absolutely.
And my question is whether in the lead up to that contract being signed in February 2003, would you have been consulted as district representative? I think your evidence is yes. And so if in effect your authority have been sought in February 2003?
I am not saying that I was consulted as district representative in the design at this early stage. As far as engaging a consultant, I'm not saying yes, I would be engaged as district representative, but as the minister who was actively involved with the project, I would have been consulted as a minister. And I am not denying that I was consulted as minister with the Ministry for Natural Resources and Labor. That is something that I would agree that I knew about as a minister for communications and works.
Thank you. If we move on, and you
well,
just...
You're going to move on, but the point that is listed here, that is written here, I'm saying is incorrect.
Well, I think the reason I suggested we move on is that I think that the Commissioner understands that you take issue with paragraph 19.
Absolutely.
And the basis on which you say it. And if I summarize, your position is that you do not accept that you would have been, that you don't accept that you authorized it as the district representative. Your evidence is that you would not have been consulted in the lead up to this contract being entered into as a district representative.
Right.
You would have been consulted as a minister.
Because I was involved with the project in another ministry.
Yes, as a Minister of Communication and Works.
Yes.
So I think there's nothing further I need to canvass with you on that point. So I just wanted to move on to something new.
The point about authorization is not acceptable. Notification, okay. As minister, I was notified, but authorized, no.
If we look then at paragraphs 20 and 21, again in your document.
Yes.
What's said there is that, and this is the assessment of an assessment by the Public Works Department, is that the works or the design drawings submitted were not completed. In terms of bulkhead design, it didn't go very far because, as we see at the end of 21, a full geotechnical study would be required.
Can I just ask one question?
Of course.
On 19, the project construction cost was estimated at $1,350,000. I want to enter into enter into the record that figure is impossible. How could someone who was commissioned to do a design development, which is basically turning schematic drawings, which is what Arnenberg did, just schematic drawings, into dimensional drawings. In other words, making sure that the objects that you see on the drawing are dimensioned, they're scaled. And that includes the buildings and all that. come up with a figure for bulkheading, which is a heavily engineered project. And they don't have any engineering background. They don't have any engineering engineering consultants. It was not their forte. It wasn't their commission. So that figure, I don't know where that figure came from, how it was arrived at. And as a professional myself, I know that it's out of the realm of design development scope.
Well, the assumption that can be taken from the Auditor General's report is that the effect of the work of A.R. Potter and Associates was that they estimated the project construction cost to be $1,350,000. They had a fee of just over $47,000, on which they were paid just under $25,000 on the contract. So that's as far as it can be taken.
And as you would note, and I would note as well, throughout this report, it talks about insufficient documentation. Somewhere along the line, there is no documentation to substantiate this $1,350,000. Where is the documentation for it? And
well, you returned to office in 2007, Honourable Fraser, and you returned to the Ministry of Communication and Works on that date.
yes.
Now, what we see is that there was a hiatus in the project, and it was effectively, if you look at paragraphs 22 to 25 of your document, sticking with that one, there appears to be little progress to be made into until we get sort of into 2006 and beyond. But when you returned in 2007, did you query this estimate of $1,350,000?
I don't recall ever seeing those documents, tell you the truth. These documents that were prepared in Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor. When I returned in 2007 in the Ministry of Communications and Works, those documents, I don't recall seeing them.
So did you take things back to the original plan that you had commissioned in September 2001? Was that your starting point when you returned to office?
As I said, I don't recall seeing them. Maybe the consultant who was hired when I was in Nat Communications and Works to do the bulkheading, maybe they had access to those drawings that A.R. Potter prepared in order to get the dimensions. I'm not sure. Maybe they had access to them.
Have you ever seen the A.R. Potter contract?
No, I've never seen the contract.
Have you ever seen the design drawings that were submitted by A.R. Potter and Associates?
No, I've never seen them.
Okay, well, if you go to paragraph we look at paragraph 23 to 25. And we're talking about events here that happened whilst you were in opposition.
23 to 25.
Have you got it?
Go ahead. Government administration change in June 2003.
So what there is, if you look at 24, is the Sea Cows Bay Development Plan being slated as a capital project for advancement in 2006. In 25, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Communication and Works commissions a meeting with the Director of Public Works, Chief Planning Officer in July 2006. Coming out of this meeting, 8 steps were identified as the way forward for the project. And those 8 steps are then listed out. Now, and that's in terms of progressing the development as a project, which is securing approval for the project from the Planning Authority, engaging a consultant to prepare detailed plans and specifications for the works, preparing those plans in accordance with Planning Authority approval, submitting the plans for approval to the requisite authorities, engaging a project manager to oversee implementation of the project, engaging contractors to perform the work, executing the works, and then closure and handover of completed project. The terms of reference for a consultant to design the bulkheads were prepared in April 2006, and Geotech Associates Limited of Trinidad were engaged to conduct a geotechnical survey. Now, this was obviously something that occurred whilst you were in opposition, but as a plan, in terms of what was intended for the Sea Cows Bay Harbour, would you agree that this approach was an appropriate way forward?
That it was appropriate? Yes, I would agree that it was an appropriate way forward. Not necessarily in the order that it's presented.
But in terms of a plan to deliver a major piece of work, those are the sort of things you would expect to see.
Those are the things that you can see to have it done. You can do to have it done.
Now, the one issue that you identify is in relation to paragraph 27, which says that, and this is after November 2006, no further progress was made on the project during this period, and some of the funds were used for road paving and drainage works within the 3rd district. And you say this point out that this happened whilst you were in opposition. I mean, were the funds used for other purposes in the 3rd district?
And that's where I'd like for you to go to the other exhibit that I submitted to you. This one.
It's the right at the back, the penultimate page, which I think we've paginated as page 30.
Okay. Yes, and that's the one with the notes on it. If you look, this is a page from the budget estimates back in that time.
Right. Pause
up until some.
On Fraser. So it's the page that has 218 written at the top of it. It's got the number 218. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
That's the page.
And you marked two items. Is that right?
I marked 2 items for demonstration purposes as far as budgeting is concerned, and that would elucidate what you're reading in this paragraph 27.
Okay.
Now, across the top, the first row across the top has a series of headings for each column. The first heading is subhead number. Then the next column is details of expenditure. The next column says total local cost. And then you have estimated expenditure for the year, for the different years. And then you go all the way across. It says the last one written, it says revote 2004, happens to be 2004 I'm looking at. And then it says notes. Okay, let's look at those columns. Where I have the first check mark, 85139, that's a subhead number. Then it says Chalwell Sickles Bay Road. Are you following me?
Yes.
Chalwell Sickles Bay Road. Then it says $730,000. That's the total local cost for this project, Chalwell Sickles Bay Road. And then it says 572,096. That was the estimated expenditure for the year. Then you go all the way over to the right-hand side under revotes, it said $32,904. Now I said all of this to bring you to the point where the notes are written. As you start reading the notes, it says road works in the 3rd district. Now, what that's telling you is that the monies that you see in this subhead doesn't necessarily go towards the Chalwell Sickles Bay Road, but it's to be used for that plus road works in the 3rd district. I can be used exclusively for road works in the 3rd district. The purpose for that is in the budgeting process. Sometimes in order to appropriate funds for works, you do that through notes under a different subhead, and any subhead you put it in there. But once the notes tells you that you can do it, that's how it works. If you go to the one below, the last one that I have, 85156, it says road works, Sickles Bay. And then the total local cost is $1,270,000. And then the figures continue. And I'll get all the way back to the notes again. The note says continuation of concreting sections of the main road. Now, that would suggest that it's for the concreting of section of the main road in Seacows Bay. However, it continues to say includes Manuel, Duff's Bottom, Pleasant Valley, and Albion. Now, all that money can be spent, and you can go to look at that, the continuation of the main road in Seacows Bay, and nothing is done. But the monies were spent in Duff Bottom and Pleasant Valley, which is not in Seacows Bay. So you have to, in understanding the budgeting process, you have to know how the budget is prepared. So I don't know if it is, if you see things like this appearing in this report out of willfulness or out of ignorance of the budgeting process. But whatever it is, it's wrong what's showing up here in this report. And that's what I'm trying to point out in 27.
But Manuel, Duff's Bottom, Pleasant Valley, and Albion, are they in the 3rd district?
They're in the 3rd district.
So if you look at the bottom of the second item you've highlighted, there's an allocation for roadworks in Seacows Bay. And the notes show, if I've understood you correctly, is that that allocation was used not just in relation to Seacows Bay, but in relation to other parts of the 3rd district. Is that right?
For those things that are listed, which says, because it says includes Manuel, you can't put it anywhere but there. It says Duff's Bottom, Pleasant Valley, and Albion. Only those other areas, monies listed under this subhead can go. It can't go anywhere else.
Right, it can't go outside the 3rd district and it can't go to other areas in the 3rd district.
Right.
So that allocation can be used for roadworks in Seacows Bay, Manuel, Duff's Bottom, Pleasant Valley, and Albion.
Yes.
And if we go back to the first item, where you've got Chalwell, Seacows Bay Road,
right.
Where it says roadworks in the 3rd districts, does that mean that the allocation there is not limited to Chalwell, Seacows Bay Road, but can be used for other roadworks in the 3rd district?
Yes.
So could you just clarify what you particularly take issue with paragraph 27 then? Because it says some of the funds were used for road pavings and drainage works within the 3rd district.
Well, that was meant particularly to confuse you and give you the impression that monies were taken from the Seacows Harbor project and used elsewhere, and that's what this whole report is built on. It's built on misleading people.
But is your evidence then, and this is, if we look at 27, we're talking about a period of time between 2004 and 2007.
Yes.
And your evidence is that of the monies in that period allocated to the Seacows Bay Harbour development, none of those monies was used for road paving and drainage works within the 3rd district.
No, I'm not saying that none of it was used. I'm saying that if it was used for that purpose, then it's giving the impression as you go through the report that somehow there's no accountability. And these are the reasons there are no accountability, because the funds are being used all over the place. And evidently it seems as if there's no authorization for doing so. And I'm telling you that it's absolutely perfectly legitimate and authorized for the funds to have been used in the way they've been used here and elsewhere in this report.
But paragraph 27 is correct, isn't it?
Paragraph 27 is correct. I'm just saying to you that there has been, this report has been written from the back to the front. It has been written from the conclusion where a narrative was created, and it went all the way up to the executive summary from creating a story to support the narrative. And these are the kind of things that pops up repeatedly in the report. I didn't ask you to I didn't ask for this particular exhibit to be a part of this discussion this morning because of this paragraph 27, but because of the prevalence of that kind of reporting throughout the report. That's why I asked for it, but this is the first time we came across it. So that's why I asked you to look at it. But there's several times, several instances in the report where that particular demonstration that I just give will become necessary and appropriate.
Thank you.
If we look now at paragraphs 29 to 30, please.
Yes.
Those deal with your return to the position of Minister of Communication and Works. And
Yes.
it then records in paragraph 32, petty contracts were issued by the Ministry of Communications and Work to Systems Engineer Limited in December 2009. The first was to provide engineering services for the Seacows Bay Harbour development in the amount of $68,100, and the second to provide structural design services for Seacows Bay Harbour in the amount of $27,500. A total of $123,000 was paid to systems engineering on these two contracts. Did your ministry engage in these contracts?
I would say yes, in conjunction with the Public Works Department, yes.
Well, was the contract signed by your ministry or signed by your ministry and the Public Works Department?
I believe the ministry is the one who signed it. I believe the contract was signed by the ministry. I believe. I'm not sure.
Obviously, but at the time, would you, as the minister, would you have been aware of the contracts being signed?
I would be aware that the contracts were issued, but the mechanics of putting it together and signing it, I wouldn't know.
So you wouldn't have expected to see the contract before it was signed?
No.
And it wouldn't have been your responsibility to actually sign the contract?
No.
When you were the Minister for Communication and Works between 2007 and 2011, who in your ministry would sign contracts?
It depends. It depends on the kind of contract. I believe a contract like this would have been signed at the ministry, but when it comes to petty contracts, they'll be signed by the Minister of Finance. This is a consultancy, and the ministry had. I don't get involved in that area because that's budgeting, and the accounting officer exclusively is responsible for that. The minister has nothing to do with budgeting.
But you've mentioned that the Ministry of Finance might have been involved because it was petty contracts.
No, definitely when it's petty contracts, the Ministry of Finance is where it's signed. Not the Minister of Finance signs petty contracts.
The 4 points that we looked at from the Executive Council, which was at paragraph 18, point 2 says, the Ministry of Communications Works proceed to carry out further dredging and to bulkhead the harbour through a series of petty contracts. Just so that we can understand it, does that mean that that your ministry might have been responsible for identifying who you would contract with, but because they were petty contracts, ultimately it's signed by the Ministry of Finance?
The Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Yes.
So your ministry, if we take Systems Engineering Limited as an example, your ministry may have taken it as far as the contract being ready to sign, but then it was the Minister of Finance to sign it.
Right.
Can you remember how Systems Engineering Limited was selected?
I think when the project was about to be executed, the Public Works Department was asked to provide an engineer to do the work, and they said that they didn't have anyone capable of doing that kind of work, but they recommended systems engineering.
Did your ministry seek any other potential candidates for that kind of work?
No, because it was in the petty contract range. The fees were on the petty contract range.
Why was there a need though for two contracts with System Engineering Limited?
I'm not sure. I believe what happened is, I don't know if the scope was extended. Most probably that's what happened. Why there were two contracts? Why there's two separate fees? Maybe the scope was extended.
I mean, there doesn't appear to be very much difference between the services requested under the two contracts. One is for engineering services for the Sea Cows Bay Harbour development, and the other one is for structural design services for Sea Cows Bay Harbour.
And I can't tell you with any degree of certainty at this point what the differences were and why.
And you pointed out that they were under the petty contract threshold.
Yes.
The sum total of the two contracts is 95,600. Can you remember how it was that System Engineering ended up receiving $123,000?
Again, I don't deal with money. Absolutely no idea. Whether it was a variation or whatever the case is, that's beyond above my pay grade. I don't deal with the finances.
So in terms of how your ministry worked between 2011 and 2007 and 2011, and you say it was above your pay grade, but whose pay grade did it fall within?
That's the accounting officer, who is a permanent secretary.
And who was your permanent secretary at this time?
I'm not sure. I had about 3 or 4 permanent secretaries for the time I've been there, so I'm not sure who it was. But those are things. What happens is the Public Works Department will do the assessments and approve the assessments, forward them to the ministry, and the ministry would make the payments. The assessments are not done in the ministry. They're done by the professionals, the technical professionals.
What's said at 31 was that the works that were envisaged by Systems Engineering would build on the design details developed by A.R. Potter, which set out the bulkheading to be done in 2 phases. The first at the west side of the bay and the second eastward. It then goes that the bill of quantities produced for the project and dated September 2010 estimated the project cost at $6,650,000. Were you aware of that bill of quantities?
The bill of I know of bill of quantities. I don't know about all the bill of quantities. I know about some of them. I don't think that the ones that I know of are the ones that are mentioned in this report for 7 contracts. But those are the only bill of quantities that I know about.
But you've got a situation. You said that you didn't see the A.R. Potter contract. You didn't know about the A.R. Potter contract. That had estimated the project construction cost at 1.3 million. You now, and that was in 2003. You're now in 2010, and the project cost is now 6.6 million. Did no one draw that to your attention as the minister?
No, and if they did, I like I said before, the A.R. Potter, it's impossible for A.R. Potter to have come up with an estimate for the project, because the engineering for the project was never done. And if you look at 25, the the 8 steps that are outlined here to be taken. One of them is preparations of plan in accordance with planning, engage a consultant, prepare specification. Yes, which one is this talk about the bulk heading? Or engage a consultant to prepare detailed plans and specification for the works. Engage a consultant to prepare detailed plans and specifications for the works. Now, I would imagine within that would be the bulk heading, detailed plans and specifications. Without those detailed plans and specifications, your estimates, I would have to see how she came up with those figures, that low figure.
But the point is this, isn't it, Mr. Fraser, is that by the time we get to September 2010, AR Potter, which you didn't know about, has been overtaken by events. What has happened in September 2010 is that you now have Systems Engineering Limited's estimate, and their estimate is 6.6 million. And so put aside AR Potter. You're the minister. There is now a project at Sea Cows Bay that is being costed by an outside body, an outside consultant, at $6.6 million. Did no one bring that to your attention?
Could you repeat that? You said it's costed by an outside consultant?
Well, Systems Engineering Limited is not a government body, is it?
No, but they're not the ones who costed it.
Well, that's how I read paragraphs 30 to 32.
No. They didn't cost the project. The project was costed by Public Works.
All right, so you're saying that paragraph 32, the bill of quantities produced for the project and dated 2010 estimated the project cost at $6,653,469.15 was a bill of quantities provided by the Public Works Department.
That's the only people I would imagine who would have done that, because the bill of quantities for all these petty contracts, the 7 petty contracts that's listed here, they were prepared by Public Works Department. So they're the only ones who are preparing costs.
So whether it's Systems Engineering Limited that produced the bill of quantities or the Public Works Department, you still have a project cost now at over 6 million. Was that drawn to your attention as the Minister for Communication and Works?
No.
Would you not have expected to have been told if the project costs had increased so substantially?
I would consider the project cost done by Public Works to be the realistic cost, as opposed to any project, the costing that was done by some preliminary drawings.
But that's a reference to AR Potter, and that's now in the past. The point is, we're in September 2010.
Mm-hmm.
The cost for the project is now over $6 million. And you, as the minister overseeing that project, did not know and were not told that that was what the cost was going to be of the project?
I can't say that I have ever seen this $6 million figure, but if I did, and I would have at the same time seen where the material, the drawings that produced that figure came from. Like I said, the figures that I've seen are the ones that I see here now for the 7 contracts. I saw those bill of quantities, and I know where they came from. So I can't speak to the ones that I haven't seen.
So,
and frankly, I am not telling you that I know where the $6,653,000 came from, because it doesn't say here in the paper. But I believe that if there's any bill of quantities that were produced, they were produced by Public Works Department.
So the only information you were given about costs was in relation to 7 petty contracts?
Exactly.
No one came to you and said, Minister, we've now got a bill of quantities for this project. It's going to be over $6 million.
No.
And if you go back to what you said was, if you like, the guiding framework for the way you approach this project, it's those 4 points that arose from the plan that you put before the Executive Council in October 2002, isn't it?
Could you say that again now that I'm looking at these, the four principles?
Yeah, those 4 principles, as I understand your evidence, was the framework within which, when you progressed this project.
That's correct.
And if you had been told that the actual total cost of the project was now going to be over $6 million, you might have wanted to take it back to cabinet, wouldn't you?
No, what I would want, the first thing I would want to know is where the original figure came from. I would want to see how that was derived at.
But my question was if you had been told, because the point is that that framework relates to, it's now 8 years before this figure arises. Mm-hmm. It relates to an assessment considerably lower. When you're dealing with sums of $6 million, you're in the realms of major contracts, aren't you, Honourable Fraser?
Absolutely.
And that's the sort of thing where cabinet needs to be consulted, doesn't it?
If you enter into a major contract, but remember those 4 points, it did say that the projects shall be executed through a series of petty contracts. Except for when you enter into a major contract, you must come back to cabinet, to executive council. That's what the executive council decision said. It's not that someone was going to build this project at $6 million in a major contract without going back to executive council.
But but nobody did go back to the cabinet.
For what? Why would you go back to the cabinet?
Because you've got a project over $6 million.
We're still dealing with petty contracts for the bulkheading.
But I think we'll get onto the bulkhead in a moment. My question is, you now have a project that is over $6 million. Surely, I mean, your point is that as the minister, you weren't even aware of that sum. But is it the sort of situation where people should be thinking we might need to consider major contracts and we might need to consider going back to cabinet?
If I may just consult with my client for 1 minute, I would be grateful, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Fliggleston Davis, if you wish.
Thank you.
I'm back. I'm back.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser, Mr. Rawat.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying to you is that if at any time this project entered into the major contract phase, it would go back to to cabinet. As it is, dealing with what cabinet has, the executive council has outlined to procure materials for the bulkheading. That's the stage it was at. That's where it was, procuring materials for bulkheading. When the time comes, if the time came for it to go back to cabinet for major contracts, as a cabinet, the executive council did mandate, that's when it would happen.
Can I just make sure I've got this clear, Honourable Mr. Fraser? By September 2010, according to paragraph 32, bills of quantities had been produced for the whole project where the estimated project cost was something over $6.5 million. You think, and I understand this, that those bills of quantities were probably prepared by the Public Works Department on the basis of the design done by systems engineering. But in any event, that's what the total costs were. Part of the costs.
And if may I interrupt for a second?
Yes, certainly.
It says, I said, based on the documents produced by systems engineering, I'm not at this point. I'm not sure if that's the only documents they use. I don't know what A.R. Potter produced. If she produced some buildings or something else, I'm not sure. But and I'm not sure who produced these figures.
No, a fair point. But the bill of quantities was for something over $6.5 million for the whole project. Part of the project was the bulkheading, and you said that the bulkheading could be done by way of petty contracts.
Just procuring the material for the bulkheading.
Just procuring the materials, but
yes.
That was the first step. Those costs were being expended in respect of the project, which was valued at $6.5 million. But you didn't think it was appropriate to go back to Cabinet with regard to the $6.5 million sum for the project when proceeding with the petty contracts for the bulkheading materials.
Did the Cabinet was the $1.35 million a part of a Cabinet decision? Was that taken to Cabinet?
Well, according to the report, which is what we've got, probably not, because after the Cabinet decisions are set out at the top of page 6 of the report, we then go on to paragraph 19 to advance the project. The ministry entered into a contract with A.R. Potter. So on the basis of this, I've assumed that the Potter contract was after the Cabinet decision. But
right.
My only point is that the purchase of the bulkheading materials, that was the first step in quite a long road of a $6.5 million project.
That would be correct.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Rower.
Thank you. If we look now, please, Honourable Fraser, at 33 and 34 in your document, those two paragraphs, please. Now, what's said is that between December 2010 and November 2011, 2 events related to the development unfolded concurrently. The first was an application from Mr. Earl Fraser of Hannah Reclamation Limited to lease the seabed in the western end of the harbour adjacent to parcel 105, block 2736C. Second was the government's engaging of 7 petty contractors to provide bulkheading for the west side of Sea Cows Bay Harbour at the request of the Minister / District Representative, the Honourable Julian Fraser. Now, that's, and you might want to have, just turn up 729 of the Auditor General's report, the actual report itself.
Got that.
So you've got both documents in front of you. Now in relation to that's it seems to be paragraph 33 is a paragraph that you take issue with.
Yes.
And what you take issue with is that the bulkheading was not for the western end of Sea Cows Bay Harbour. Is that right?
Right.
And that's the point that you take issue with.
Yes.
Perhaps if you could just help the Commissioner in terms, by reference to that marked plan that you've produced, just why you say that the bulkheading was for the west side of Sea Cows Bay is wrong.
Okay. The western end of the project. That's where the first arrow, if you look at the map, that's exactly where the first arrow is.
So that's the shorter arrow, isn't it?
Yes, the shorter arrow, that's the western end. And if you move from that point where that arrow is into about the middle between those two things that look like parking lot, those are jetties, piers. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Move along the bulkhead. 200 feet, only 200 feet belongs to All Fraser, Hannah Reclamation. 200 feet of bulkheading. The contracts that were issued, as it says here, and the government engaging of petty contracts to provide bulkheading for the western end of Seacows Bay, and that All Fraser, Hannah Reclamation Limited to lease the seabed on the western end. It suggests that those petty contracts that were issued to do that portion of the harbor, that western end, when in fact, as I pointed out before, the contracts were issued to do the entire bulkhead, which is 1,520 feet of bulkhead, not 200 feet of bulkhead. So it was for all the front and that side of the bay is the north side, really. It was to do the entire bulkheading on the north side of the bay. 1,520 feet of bulkheading, not just 200 feet where the property owned by Hannah Reclamation is located.
So does it come to this? I mean, firstly, you accept that Hannah Reclamation made an application to lease the seabed on the western end of the harbour.
And I take exception because I'm wondering, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, it may be something we need to come back to as we go through the report, but that's right, isn't it? Hannah Reclamation did make an application.
Yes.
The seabed, and it's also right that your ministry engaged in 7 petty contracts to provide bulkheading in Seacows Bay Harbour.
For the entire north side of the Seacows Bay Harbour.
Yeah, but you used 7 petty contracts to do that, didn't you?
Right. And
you did it on your evidence for the area that you've marked on your plan between the 2 arrows.
Exactly.
And so the issue that you have with this paragraph is that it gives the impression that the contractors were engaged only to provide bulkheading in an area that was that was encompassed by the area leased by Hannah Reclamation.
That's exactly what the report is trying to do, and it's even more vivid in a later stage in the report. It says it explicitly said it.
Which paragraph is that?
I'll have to find that now. Oh goodness. Project activity was being focused on developing the area. Okay, if you look at paragraph 79. 738. On your bullets, your point.
Yeah.
79. Now, you're looking at my document, right?
Yeah, but this is also there is a difficulty that we can tackle with now in relation to your document, Mr. Fraser, and it's this: if you look at the date of your document, it's 25th of August 2014.
Yes.
If you look at the date of the report that was submitted by the Auditor General, it's the 27th of August 2014. So
So that's a point that I have to make as well. How could the 25th of August have one thing and the 27th of August have another thing in it? But I want to raise this particular issue with you now. Then we can deal with the dates later.
Well, isn't the first question is, where did you get hold of the report dated the 25th of August 2014? Because you're the person who provided it to the commission.
I have to, this is now back in 2014. I have to say that this is probably the same report that we debated in the House of Assembly.
But what appears to have happened is that, and some of the concerns that you raise on that report did not find their way into the final report. So it appears that where you have raised queries, and I can show you an obvious example if you want.
Well, can we just deal with this before and then go back to your point?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, Honourable Fraser. The point is that between the 25th of August, on the 25th of August 2014 document, you raised a number of queries. They don't appear in the 27th of August 2014 document, which might suggest that the Auditor General took your concerns on board and amended the report accordingly. And so the report that the Commissioner has been considering is the report that the Auditor General says she submitted. You appear to have an earlier version.
And this earlier version is exactly the story that they were creating. If someone, how did they get this information in the first case? Where did this information come from? It goes to show how erroneous the report is. And I think that you owe it to truth and fairness to look at the report, how it was generated, where the facts are and where the facts are not. And I'm looking at the report that was created as it was created, and I'm showing you where it says here in 79, the project activity was being focused on the development area, on developing the area owned, leased by Mr. Earl Fraser, who is a brother of Honorable Julian Fraser. That's what it says.
But look at 79 in the document that was actually submitted by the Auditor General. Does it say that at 79?
The above transaction, because of their materiality and the relationship between Mr. Fraser, Earl Fraser and Kenneth Fraser and Honorable Julian Fraser represents. So that one is talking about.
But Mr. Fraser, what appears to have happened is that the report upon which you've put comments was an earlier report. It was clearly a draft report. It is not the published report. The comments that you've made in your square boxes, some of them appear to have been taken into account by the Auditor General when she completed her final report. Because, for example, in paragraph 33, you say with some force that the reference to bulkheading for the western end of Sea Cows Bay Harbour is wrong because it was the whole side of the bay. That's been taken into account in the published version. There's no reference in the published version to the wording has changed. There is a reference there to the west side of the harbour, not the western end. So your point has been taken into account. Commissioner,
The wording has been changed because the Auditor General has been caught fabricating the story to suit her narrative.
No, but that's an extra step. But do you accept that on the basis of the comments that you made to the Auditor General, she changed her report?
Cosmetically. But the substance of what she's trying to project is still there, which is false.
If I may just have a second with my client again, maybe I can see if I can assist. I apologize.
But are you assisting with legal advice, Mr. Figgleston Davis? What you can't do is you can't assist in the evidence. The evidence is Mr. Fraser's evidence, not Mr. Davis's evidence.
Well, perhaps it would be useful because you said this is the one that was published, but that the Auditor General says that she has published, and so the question is whether or not the one that the Auditor General says she has published is the one that was in fact debated in the House of Assembly. I think maybe that could that could assist, gathering that information could assist the Commission in inquiring as to whether in addressing the Honourable Mr. Fraser's concerns, I should say.
With respect to Mr. Davis, the Auditor General's reports have been with Silk Legal for some time. Honourable Fraser his attention was drawn to the fact that questions would be asked about that report. It's somewhat surprising that this is being raised so late in the day as something that now needs to be checked.
But also as a matter of process, what happens, according to the evidence before us, Mr. Fliggleson Davis, is that the Auditor General produces a draft report. She allows what I'll call interested parties an opportunity to respond to that report. She then produces a final report, which is then laid on the table in the House of Assembly. If, as a result of the debate, any corrections are appropriate, then that's done not by changing the final report, because it's the final report, but by producing an addendum to that report. No addendum has been produced in respect of this report. This is the Auditor General's final report. This report, as I think Mr. Fraser accepts, takes into account some of the comments that he has made. I think he questions the motives of the Auditor General, but they do take into account some of the comments. So it looks as though at least some of the comments in the boxes, perhaps all of them, were presented to the Auditor General, who took them into account before she produced her final report.
And certainly that would be a good question for the Honourable Fraser.
Yes. Well, let's resume Mr. Rowett's questions to the Honourable Mr. Fraser.
Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Fraser, go ahead.
If the report that I'm looking at is dated the 25th and the Auditor General report is the 27th, first of all, you said that interested parties would have been given the opportunity to look at the draft report. Certainly, I wasn't given that opportunity. No one sent me the report. The other thing is, if I'm looking at the draft report dated the 25th and the Auditor General final report is the 27th, how did these comments make it over to the Auditor General in such a short time and have the report published in 2 days?
Mr. Fraser, I can't answer those questions, of course. All I'm saying is that in terms of, say, your comment on paragraph 33, the comment that you have made on that paragraph, on the version of the report that you've provided, appears to have been taken into account in the published version that we have in the bundle. That's all I can say. Anyway, let's try and make some more progress, Mr. Ram.
And if I could explain as well, Honourable Fraser, what the focus of my questions are really on your role as the Minister for Communication and Works in relation to this project. Can I take you just to paragraph 34?
Yes.
Now, you've accepted that there was an application from Hannah Reclamation Limited, and I think your evidence is that the lease application was for jetties, but was it an application to lease the seabed?
I don't recall what the applications were for.
At this time, you can't remember what the application was for?
Whether it was for seabed or jetties. It could have been either one. I believe maybe it was I don't know which application was for what.
Now, at that time, it looks that such an application would not have been made to your ministry, but to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we look at paragraph 36,
Yes.
you'll see that the application is recorded as having been approved by Cabinet on the 18th of May 2011 with 13 conditions, which I won't read out. But when it came before Cabinet, did you recuse yourself?
I don't know if recuse is the word or declare or whatever it was. Something happened.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Would you have declared an interest?
Declare. I would have declared an interest, not my interest, but the interest of someone else, a related party.
Someone else?
Yes.
As I understand the report, Hannah Reclamation Limited is your brother.
Hannah Reclamation is I believe that he's the shareholders in that company.
But so because your brother is involved in that company, would you have declared that interest when the application came before the Cabinet?
I would have declared his interest.
And as a result of declaring that interest, would you have stepped out of the meeting and not voted on the application, or would you have voted on the application?
Again, I can't say exactly what happened in that meeting because there are options. Once you made a declaration, there are options, and I don't know which option was exercised.
What options were available to you in September 2011 when you're declaring an interest as a minister?
Okay, let me get it for you. Yeah. Okay, if you look, if I'm looking at the cabinet handbook on declaration of interest. It says ministers and members of cabinet attending meetings in relation to matters in which they have an interest must declare their interest or members of their family interest. Now, there's some ambiguity in that statement, but I didn't have an interest, so there was no interest for me to declare. But it goes on to say, are members of their family interest, and I would have declared that. Now, the options are, following the declaration of interest, it is then for the cabinet to excuse the minister or member from the for that or member or for that minister or member to excuse himself, or for the cabinet to allow that minister or member to participate in the discussions thereafter. So I can't tell you exactly what option. I don't have the minutes to say what I did. If anything I said might most likely be, a guess on my part.
I see. So you can't remember at this time what you did in relation to this application.
Right, and I'm saying that because I'm seeing it here. Where is that written in the report that I recuse myself? Did you see it in the report?
36 at the moment.
Pardon me?
We're looking at 36 at the moment.
36, that speaks to recusal. I'm looking at 36 myself, and I don't see the word recusal in there. Okay, 35.
I don't think there's no reference to you recusing yourself, Mr. Fraser.
Okay, well, if there's no reference, then I don't know where that came from.
If you look at paragraph 78
78.
in the Auditor General's report,
Uh-huh.
which is at page 738.
Okay, 78. The records indicate that in 2 prior instances when where Cabinet considered applications made by Hannah Reclamation Limited / Oil Fraser for lease of the seabed on June 11th and June 18th, Honorable Julian Fraser declared his interest, which is wrong. I don't have any interest to declare, and recused himself from the matter. Cabinet extracts for the 18th May 2011 does not indicate whether the same occurred when Hannah Reclamation Limited application was made. Now, that is the one for the jetties.
That's the one that was being considered at the time when you were the minister responsible for the project. And that's why I asked the question.
I was minister for the project on both cases, 2011 and 2008.
But we know from the report, which I appreciate that you have serious concerns over, but the Auditor General has been able to confirm that you recused yourself in 2008. The question is, what did you do in 2011? And you remember?
I don't remember what happened, and I don't know. She said I recused myself, and I'm saying I don't know if that's the case. She said I declared my interest. I didn't declare my interest. I don't have any interest, but recusing myself, I don't know if that's what I did, or I exercised the other options.
Right. Well, let's try and move on. Let's move on to paragraph 39.
Yes.
Now, what's said there is that you were arranging for petty contracts to be issued on the project. 7 contracts, if we look at the next page, were issued with work to commence in January 2011. Now you have 7 contractors there. How were they chosen?
Usually what happens is I'll have a meeting in the district. This district representative will have a meeting in the district, informing people of works that are coming up, and that the requirements to qualify for a contract. And if such people make representation that they're interested, then they're considered for the petty contracts.
Why is it limited to contractors in your district?
Well, here's the beauty in the district system. In the district system, each representative is given a fair amount of work, equivalent amount of work within his district. And he is expected to make sure that the people in his district benefits from work in his district. And that's happening, that happens across the territory. If I get $250,000 to do some road works, the guy in the 7th and the 8th and the 9th will get $250,000 to do some road works in his district or something equivalent. And he's supposed to make sure that the maximum benefits are derived by his constituents. And that's why it's people in the district.
But just clarify this a little further. You were entering into contracts as the Minister for Communication and Works, not as the district representative.
The district representative will recommend who should do the work based on the response given by the constituents to do work and their qualifications. The district representative would recommend.
Is that sort of policy or approach written down anywhere?
It's not written, but it's practiced.
And how long has it been the practice for?
Oh, from ever since we had the district system. If you go into any district and you see work taking place, unless it's a major contract, 99.9% of the time, the people working on those projects are from the district. So you get crucified if you do different.
if you have a so if you have a project, if a ministry is running a project within a district, then the district representative is invited to make recommendations as to suitable contractors.
That's the basic norm. Depends, and it also depends on the administration. Some administrations, if your administration is in the government and the district representative is not one of your members, sometimes you don't talk to him, you don't consult him. But normally that's the case. When there's work happening in your district, the ministry will tell you about it. And if it's 8 petty contracts, they might hold 5 and tell you, give them 5 names or something to that effect.
And in this case, you put your district representative hat on, had a meeting in your district, and
Yes,
invited contractors to come forward.
right.
And what process was used to ensure that those contractors would provide best value for money?
Well, their experience based on work that they've done in the past, usually they have all done work before.
And who made that assessment in this case?
Oh, familiarity with their work between the representative and the Public Works Department would know that these people are capable.
But ultimately, it's the minister that decides on who gets the contract, isn't it?
Nope,
So who
No.
decides who gets the contract?
it's the person who signs the contract.
So in this case, you would have put forward, you stopped being the Minister for Communication and Works. You put forward names as recommendations as to who should get the work in your district. Then there would have been, you would have explained why you thought these contractors were suitable to do the work. The Public Works Department may have had input, and then someone else in the Ministry of Communication and Works would have made the decision.
The decision to issue the contract to that individual, the decision to issue the contract to that individual or the company comes from the Minister of Finance. He makes a decision. He's the one who signs the contract.
So when it goes, once the 7 individuals or 7 companies individual stroke companies were selected, how does it go from your ministry to the Minister of Finance?
It's taken there. Someone takes it there. What happens is that once the bill of quantities comes to the ministry and the names are attached, they go to Public Works to prepare the contract. Public Works will get in touch with the person's named, get their information, whether it's trade license and good standing certificates, prepare the documents. They would come back, prepare a contract. They prepare a contract. It would come back to the ministry, and the accounting officer would raise a purchase order for it. Once a purchase order is raised, it's then sent to the Minister of Finance for signature. And then it goes, I think it goes back, after the Minister of Finance signs it, it goes back to Public Works where the contractor goes to sign it. So the 2 signatures that mean anything on the contract is done by the Minister of Finance and the contractor.
In this case, if you look at paragraph 42, the 7 contractors who were engaged were paid an initial 10% deposit of their respective contract amounts, and their respective contract amounts are between 96 and $97,000.
Yes,
Only 2 of them completed the job and were paid in full.
right.
Can you remember what was done in respect of the uncompleted work?
What was done in respect to the uncompleted work?
Yeah, well, you have 5 contractors out of 7 who get 10% of their deposit and don't complete the job. Were they asked to repay the deposit?
Well, let's go to the first part as to what took place before we get to repaying the deposit.
Well, could you just deal with that question, please, Honourable Fraser? Were
Which
they
one? Which?
asked to repay the deposit?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Was it something that you ever became aware of whilst Minister of Communication and Works, that 7 contractors that had been given petty contracts, of the 7, 5 did not fulfill the contract?
And the reason they didn't fulfill the contract is because the government stopped the work. So the government of the day was responsible for making sure that they complete the job, or if they stop the work, terminate the contracts.
That wasn't the question I asked you. You've given the reason why they didn't complete the work. Were you ever told that they hadn't completed the work?
I wouldn't be told because I'm on the street at this time. At this time, I'm on the street. I'm not the minister anymore. If I was the minister, they would have completed the work.
Mr. Howard, I said the time. We have a stenographer, Honourable Fraser. We have a stenographer, and we've been going about an hour and 3/4, I think. And he simply needs to have a 5-minute break.
No problem. No
okay.
problem, Commissioner.
So shall we have a 5-minute break now, Mr. Howard?
No problem.
Thank you.
Whatsoever.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Fraser.
Yes.
Mr. Fraser, are you ready to recommence? Yes.
Yes, Honourable Mr. Fraser, are you ready to continue? Are we ready to continue? Oh, so he uses headphones.
It's the only way he can,
Yeah.
I think Honourable Fraser can.
So he won't certainly.
Yes.
Good. Honourable Mr. Fraser, are you ready to continue?
Yes, I'm back.
Good. Thank you very much. And you can hear and see us. Yes.
I can hear and I can see.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Honourable Fraser, just to pick up on the last piece of evidence that you gave before we had the short break, if you're looking at paragraph 41 of the, and it's probably better to look at it in the Auditor General's final report, that 731.
Yes.
You'll see a table of the 7 contractors who received petty contracts. Now, you said that you weren't aware that only 2 of those contractors had completed the work and were paid in full, and you didn't know whether any steps were taken to recover monies from the others.
Right.
2 of those contractors are your brothers, aren't they?
Yes.
That's Kenneth Fraser, and then Fraser Incorporated is Earl Fraser.
Right.
Were you not aware from them that they had not completed the work?
I know the work wasn't completed by 5 of the contractors. I know that.
Yes, but
as far as paying back the money, I don't know. I know that because I had that problem throughout the district. That it's not the only project that the government stopped the works on. They stopped the work on every project that was going on in my district.
Well,
so I
come back to that. Can I come back to that a little later? The point that I just wanted to just clarify with you is that two of your brothers received contracts to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Did they tell you at the time that they hadn't completed the work? I know you've told the reason, but did they tell you that they hadn't completed the work?
Why would they tell me and not the other 4?
All right. Well, did any of them tell you?
Nobody told me. Nobody came to me and told me that they didn't complete the work. They told me that the government stopped them from working.
Okay. All right. Well, look at paragraph 43 then.
Yes.
In addition to the use of, in addition to the 7 petty contracts, day workers were also used to prepare the staging area, and a total amount of just over £335,000 was spent on contractors for the bulkheads and day workers in 2011. One of the points you made was that the land, what's the point that's made in this paragraph is that the staging area included fencing, reclaimed land owned / leased by Earl Fraser, James Fraser, in Hannah's where the bulkhead slabs were fabricated. Now this was a point you had taken issue with in your comments on the earlier dated report. If you look at your 43, and it's an example, isn't it, of those comments being taken on board, because what you added was that you added Julian Fraser in Hannah, and what we see there is that it's written as owned / leased by.
(43) owned / lease.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
And if we look at Appendix 4, if you look at it in your version, so it's in your version, it's at internal page 24.
I got it. My version and her version.
Commissioner, for your note, the page number in the
745.
is 745, yes. But what you've marked on there, if you look at the second part of Appendix 24, which gives a summary of actual expenditure by year, you say these items were done during other administrations, check the actual date. But do you accept that when you were Minister for Works and overseeing this project, there was expenditure whilst you were the minister?
On the project, yes.
And the sum that's given for 2000, or say for in 2007, $463,000 was the actual expenditure, and the next largest one was 2011, $335,000. And between 2007 and 2011, you were the minister responsible.
What was the money spent in 2007? Not necessarily I was the minister, because I got into office in 2007. What monies were spent on this project during the period of 2007 when I was not the minister?
So what you're saying is that some monies may have been spent in 2007 before you took office?
Not may have. I can't recall if it was spent on this, if any monies were spent on this project in 2007. I cannot recall any monies being spent on this project, the Chicago Harbor project, in 2007, not by me. If it was spent, if monies came from the subheads that we're looking, what I pointed out to you, how monies are spent from the various subheads. If monies were spent from any of the subheads, it wasn't on this project, it would have been on something else.
In 2007?
In 2007, yes. Because when I only became active on this project since the time systems engineering was commissioned. And it wasn't 2007.
So, although some seems to have been expended in 2008, the date that you say you came active was when Systems Engineering Limited were engaged.
Yes, and working on their designs, the works that they designed.
So well, they were issued with their contracts in December 2009. So is your evidence that even though you were in office from 2007, you did not actually get involved at all in this project until December 2009?
And Chicago Harbor proper, where the bulkheading is done. So we need to find out what those monies were spent on. Because there's certain things that talk about dredging and I don't know when the dredging took place. I don't know when the geodesic surveys were done.
But between 2007 and 2009, when Systems Engineering Limited became or were engaged, and that's late 2009, what was your ministry doing in relation to the Seacows Harbour project?
Nothing.
Was it the ministry that was doing nothing, or was it the minister that was doing nothing?
I can't recall the ministry itself doing any work on the harbor until the time when system.
That you've described the arrangements, which are, the permanent secretary signs contracts. When you're dealing with petty contracts, it has to go through the Ministry of Finance. Was there actually a role for you as minister in this project?
In the project? Yes, of course.
Well, what was the role that you played? You didn't sign the contracts. You couldn't sign the contracts on your evidence. You weren't aware of some of the details, for example, bill of quantity. So what role did you actually play as Minister for Communication and Works on this project?
You actually would direct the policies of the council. Direct the policies of the council.
So you
making sure that let's say that the execution of the bill of quantities were taken care of by Public Works. Somebody would do that, making sure that the works that were prepared by systems engineering got converted into contract documents and all that stuff, and making sure that the project moved forward. But
is that just a matter for you as minister to simply ask whether these things are being done, or did you get involved in some of the detail?
Getting involved in the details, no. It's not my job.
And you've spoken about your background as an architect. Did you, because of that professional background, feel able to get more involved in this project than you might have done?
No, I was no more involved in this project than I was involved in any other project that came through my ministry, from being a district representative and being a minister. But I don't understand the question when you ask what I did, because I said that during the period 2007 and up until the point where systems engineers got involved in the project, the Seacauseway Harbor proper, no work was done through my ministry. It's only after systems engineering got involved in the design and they were completed the design that Public Works was able to convert the design into contract documents, not contract documents, but into bill of quantities and create contracts so that people can go ahead and procure the material for the bulkheading.
So in effect, I mean, between 2003 and 2009, nothing was really done on this project.
I see where there was some dredging in the harbor and some geodesic survey was carried out by the administration between my time and my two times serving in the ministry. I see that other administration did some work.
Right, but in terms of when I suppose when you came back into office and took it forward, that, as you've said, starts with late 2009 when systems engineering get involved. Okay.
Right.
Look at paragraph 44, please.
Yes.
What is pointed out there by the Auditor General is that in moving forward with the project, there were important omissions in the planning and approval process. Many involved requirements stipulated in the 8-step implementation outline that had been developed by the ministry in 2006, as indicated below. And she then sets out in the report that 8-step plan that we looked at a while ago, and which you said was something that you were happy to accept. And she says that some of the steps were not taken. Now, what she then points out at paragraph 45, the Auditor General is that plans hadn't been submitted to the Development Control Authority contrary to the Physical Planning Act. Now you say that that wasn't necessary because the only work being carried out was fabrication. Is that right?
Just the procurement. And at that stage, you don't need to have planning approval for procurement purposes. Those panels could have been manufactured in India. They could have been manufactured in China. You could have bought them. They could have been manufactured anywhere. We didn't physically touch the soil. We didn't touch the landscape.
So your position is that entering into contracts to fabricate bulkhead panels is not something that you need to take to the development authority?
Absolutely not.
The fabrication themselves of the bulkheads is not something you need to take to the authority?
Fabrication of the panels for
Yes.
the bulkhead. You're not fabricating the bulkhead, just the panels.
So just
You don't have to do that because, like I said, those panels could have been fabricated right outside your building and brought down to Sickows Bay at a later stage. They didn't have to be done on site.
Well, what about paragraph 43 and the day workers being engaged to prepare the staging area?
Okay, what about those? Yes, go ahead. What about those?
Well, isn't that the sort of work where if you're preparing the staging area and you've got heavy equipment operators, truckers, day workers, aren't you then in a situation where you need to be consulting the planning authorities? No,
because all they were doing is fencing and clearing the site. They didn't physically alter the site or anything like that. No preparation for building was being carried out. It's a staging area. When you start excavating the site and start pouring concrete or digging holes and driving piles and all that stuff, then that's when you need to get the planning stage. But it's not the fact that it wasn't taken to the planning authorities yet doesn't mean that it wasn't going to be done. Of course it had to be done. We knew that.
But the situation you're then in after 2009, Mr. Fraser, is that you have agreed to pay between 96,000 and 97,000 to 7 contractors, and the contracts were entered into between 2010 and 2011, and they're going to use they're going to supply sheet piles bulkheads. That's what they're contracted to do.
Yes.
You then in 2011 spend a total of 335,000 on contractors for the bulkheads and day workers, and that's money you're happy to spend. But was the plan then to stop and then just go off to the planning authority at that point, having spent $335,000?
Well, that's what the process would continue. You go to the planning authority. How long would it take? How long would it take to complete that process?
I assume that's a rhetorical question, but
no. It's not for you to answer.
Saying, why couldn't the 2 steps have been done in parallel?
It could have been done in parallel. But who says it wasn't being done in parallel? Where's this, at what stage were we to make a submission to the planning authority? Maybe it was just about ready to be done.
Well, with respect, Honourable Fraser, the difficulty I have is that I'm not you. I'm not the minister who was in charge, and you've said that part of your job was to make sure the project was progressed.
Yes.
But you're in a better position than I am to say why, parallel to entering into petty contracts and engaging day workers and truckers, it appears
all of that was
the planning aspect of it wasn't progressed.
I wouldn't go that far as to say that. It's just that it hadn't made its way to the planning department.
But do you actually know what was happening with the planning part of the process?
Well, those documents that systems engineers produced would have been part of that submission. And that's all it was, to make a submission with the documents produced by systems engineering.
Do you
That's
actually
all
know
it was.
whether it was a submission?
Excuse me?
Do you actually know whether they were submitted? Was there a submission to the planning authority?
No. I don't think there was a submission to the planning authority. What I'm saying is that the documents that were produced by systems engineering are the documents that would have gone to the planning authority. It's just a matter of putting the application together and taking it to the planning authority. The same documents that were produced by systems engineering, because that's what the physical changes to the landscape would have been based on that design by systems engineering. It's not that we had to go and produce some new documents.
But Mr. Fraser, what you'd entered into contracts, you'd entered into 7 petty contracts for the bulkheading for about $700,000. So you were contracted to pay for that. But without planning approval, you didn't know what the planners were going to say. The planners may have said, well, no, you can't go ahead with this on planning grounds.
May I enlighten you? I enlighten you to something that you may not know, but it doesn't come down to that, because we have myriad of examples of developments taking place along the water's edge in Tortola, and approvals were granted. And to say that the planning stages were left out and omitted, overlooked, forgotten is not true, because like I said, the same documents that we have produced by systems engineering are the one that were going to planning department. But the point I was going to make when I was going to say this to you is that the same Minister of Finance and the Premier who signed those petty contracts has the ultimate say in whether a planning approval is denied or granted.
So are you saying that the planning permission was a foregone conclusion because the Premier override any views of the authority?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're suggesting to me that the planning authority could have denied approval, and I see no grounds for such a denial unless there's something that I don't know about or anyone doesn't know about. And I'm saying to you that if it was an irrational or what I would consider something that's out of the ordinary, that they would deny an approval, then they would have to talk to him. And he is very much aware by signing those contracts that work is being carried out on the project.
Thank you. But I mean, is the reality, Honourable Fraser, is that you cannot say one way or the other whether any submission was made to the planning authority?
I would say that there was none made, and I would be surprised if there was any made, because I don't think that anyone in the Ministry of Public Works would have made that submission unless I had known about it. But I'm saying to you that we were in a good place for making a submission because we had all the documents necessary for making that submission. The only thing that was necessary to make that submission is the paperwork, filling out the application and what the those logistics. But it's not that we had to go out and hire someone to prepare documents again. We had the documents to go to planning authority.
If you look, please, at paragraph 46.
If you don't mind, Commissioner, I just want to make a point, because we talk about these petty contracts, these 7 petty contracts. I just want to make a point. If you go back to 41, where the contracts are listed, and you ask about the process for getting these contracts, I want you to know that in certain instances, in order for someone to get petty contracts, they have to go directly through the Premier himself, who's going to sign the contracts to make sure that he's okay with them working on the project. And that was the case. That was the case with all Fraser and Kenneth Fraser. They made their representation to the Premier himself.
Thank you. Let's go back then to 46.
Yes.
Because it's another point made by the Auditor General. It's at 732 in her final report. She says, although the preliminary conceptual design and overall principle was approved by Executive Council or Cabinet in 2002, detailed plan has not been presented to this body for consideration and approval. This is essential as the estimated cost of the budget has expanded to, and then she gives a figure of 6,600,000 odd, which is more than 4 times the 2011 budget for the project of 1,489,000. Now, it's either the Public Works Bill of Quantities or System Engineering Limited Bill of Quantities, and you suggest it's most likely to be the former. You have had a much expanded project, haven't you? Was there any reason why, now that you have a detailed plan from System Engineering Limited, you have a bill of quantities that is over 6 million, the matter wasn't taken back to Cabinet?
This matter was never taken to Cabinet on a matter of cost. And it would have gone to Cabinet had any portion of it, as the Cabinet stated. Cabinet is clear as to when the project should come back to them. Should, in case there is a major contract, then it comes back to Cabinet, Executive Council. They're clear on that, and they're also clear. They're also clear on the issue of making petty contracts out of the projects.
And you're referring back to those 4 points that we looked at before we had the short break, is that right?
Yes, indeed.
But it isn't the point this, Honourable Fraser, you now have, in 2010, a multi-million-pound project.
Alice.
You don't have a project that you're going to be able to deal with by petty contract alone, do you?
It never was intended to be dealt with by petty contracts alone. It was never intended to be that way.
But why not take it back to Cabinet?
When the time comes to issue major contracts, it goes back to Cabinet.
And so what you have a situation then, isn't it? And this is what the Auditor General's report makes the point at 49. You have this situation now. You have entered into petty contracts. You've engaged day workers. You've got a bill of quantities that is for a significant sum, but you don't have approval by anybody. You don't have approval by the planning authority. You don't have approval by the Cabinet. You don't, as is made out, set out at paragraph 49, have a government-appointed project manager to ensure that the public interest is safeguarded and public funds applied to the project are duly certified and performed within the scope of the project. When was all that going to happen?
It's going to happen in due course. We're only at stage 1 from the Cabinet decision right now. That's all we're doing. Stage 1 from the Executive Council decision. Tendering process was to be waived to allow the Ministry of Communication and Works to engage contractors to procure material for bulkheading the harbor at Seacows Bay. The Ministry of Communication and Works proceed to carry out further dredging and bulkheading the harbor through a series of petty contracts, and if necessary, by major contract, providing that the Executive Council's approval be sought before any major contract is awarded.
And even though you've got a contract that's now 4 times, where the estimated cost of the project appears to have increased 4-fold.
You can say that. You can say that all day. My position is still the same.
So until you entered into a major contract, you would not take the matter back to Cabinet?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I didn't have to. I could have taken it back at any time, but I'm saying I didn't have to, as you're suggesting that I had to,
But why didn't you take it back at any time?
because it wasn't necessary.
So it wasn't necessary to take it back to cabinet, even though you are now dealing with a project worth over $6 million.
That's what you're saying, that the project is worth $6 million.
Well,
I'm
it's
telling
not
you that you can't tell me where those figures came from.
They appear to come from the bill of quantities that you say is most likely to have been prepared by the Public Works Department.
Yes, compared to some bill of quantities that were prepared by some schematics, a person who I don't know where those figures came from either. But the bottom line is, as I said to you before, when the time came for it to go to cabinet, it would have gone to cabinet.
Could we look, please, at sorry, if I could have a moment, please. It's the table at in your document, please, Mr. Fraser. It's at if you look at, find paragraph 56 for yourself. And
Yes, I do. I have it.
and in fact, if you turn up, it's easier to turn up 734 as well.
Like I said, this is 73, okay, 734. I got it.
So in your version, the document that you commented on, you pointed out that, and this is in relation to areas that that were approved for reclamation.
Yes.
You pointed out in your document that James A. Fraser and Glanville Fraser, James Fraser and Associates had the same lot, not, as the table shows, two separate lots. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in the version that the Auditor General, that's in the Auditor General's final report, 734, that's been corrected.
Yes, I noticed that.
And what's also corrected and changed is if we look at it, paragraph 56 and 57 of the version that you commented on have been in fact removed
the
from
changes, yes.
the final report. The question I wanted to ask, though, is to picking it up in your comments at this stage. You say that the developments involved all 9 developers. Just looking at that list there in that table at 734, who are the 9 developers you're thinking of?
I'm thinking that some of these developers don't exist, and then there are some whose name are not listed. You want to go through it?
So are you saying that there were others who were developers?
You want me to eliminate the ones who don't exist for you?
So you're saying that some of the people listed in that table don't actually exist? They
don't exist. Not because they're deceased or anything, but they don't exist as far as physical presence is concerned along the north shore of the Chicago Harbor. I can point them out to you and tell you the ones that do exist and not here.
What paragraph 55 of the Auditor General's report says is that the approved recommendations for the Sea Cows Bay Harbour area, as provided by the Ministry of Natural Resources, are summarised in the table that follows and detailed further in Appendix 3 of this report. And that's what the table is. So this is information that the Auditor General appears to have obtained from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour. But do you say that that information is wrong?
Absolutely.
But you don't appear to have made that comment in the draft, in your draft comments.
No, Appendix 3. This chart is misleading. You're looking at, I'm speaking specifically about the chart now. You're saying that I didn't make that comment?
Your comment on Appendix 3?
On the chart. The chart on page at 734, 55, 56.
Yeah. But that's information that's come from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour.
And I'm saying to you that it's incorrect.
And did you raise that in 2014?
It's in my report. This information is in my report.
At the top of the page, on page 16, there's a box at the top of the page above the table.
But are you saying that I understood that box at the top of the table to say that amongst the list were listed people who don't own a lot, but are they people who also don't lease a lot?
Well, that's what I mean. Yes, they don't lease now, they don't own.
So amongst this list that was provided to the Auditor General are people who don't either lease a lot or own a lot in the Sea Cows Bay Harbour?
Yes.
But the two boxes which deal with your brother's ownership on page 734 of the bundle, they do own those lots.
My brothers?
Yes, Earl Fraser 1.215 acres and James Fraser / Glanville Fraser / James Fraser and Associates 1.5 acres. They do own those lots, do they?
No. If you're looking at mine or the Attorney Auditor General's report. Which report you're looking at? Mine?
I'm looking at
James Fraser doesn't own a lot.
I'm looking at the published report because the published report takes into account your comments.
Okay, so this is more correct. The published report is more correct now than the one before.
Yes.
However, it's still not correct.
But
it's more correct because it addressed those two lots that were listed as separate.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
But it's still incorrect. Because it has people on there that doesn't exist. And it omits people who do exist. And when I say that it includes all 9 lot owners, there are 9 lot owners. And they're not all on this list.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go to 59 though, and it's 57.
Got it.
You can do it in the Auditor General's report. What the Auditor General says, and this is obviously the Auditor General writing in 2014, but the development of the area still lacks adequate management and control. And this is seen in the following. Persons continue to reclaim areas before securing approval. Lease agreements are not pursued by persons who've completed reclamations and are actively using the property. Individuals fail to report and register the size of the area reclaimed. Individuals exceed reclaimed areas without penalty or correction. Applications are allowed to languish without adequate information and feedback to the applicants. Now, during your time as Minister of Communication and Works, did you put in any management and control in relation to Sea Cows Bay?
Now, if it's in relationship to what you just read, this is a matter exclusively for natural resources and labor. What you just read, that whole section 57. If you're talking about the project, Now, what are you talking about? The project?
No, I'm talking about 57. So I just wanted to confirm
No,
with you,
this
it's
is not
entirely outside your area of control. Is that right?
right. However, I must state, in fairness to these people, that once the executive council had taken its decision, and you would have seen that in the decision itself, that all development in the harbor should conform to the decision that was taken. So some people had reached a point where they just stopped doing whatever they were doing. Most of them had done that, stopped whatever they're doing, waiting for government to make the next moves. So,
And in terms of which arm of government it was to make the next move, was it the Ministry of Communication and Works, or was it the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labour?
Communications and Works.
But in terms of monitoring whether, for example, someone had reported and registered the size of the area that was reclaimed, that's a matter for Natural Resources and Labour
Yes.
to sort out.
Yes, it was. It is.
And is at least in your time as minister, 2007 to 2011, was if the Natural Resources and Labour had been undertaking those sort of steps, would they have let your ministry know?
It would have gotten to me one way or the other. As district representative, someone might have come to me and said they got a letter from Natural Resources and Labour saying so and so, and I would have known. One way or the other, I would have known. Somebody in Natural Resources and Labour would have consulted us at the Ministry of Communications and Works and saying that someone made an application for something and what should they do. There was coordination or cooperation between us.
And so in terms of the information reaching you, it would have come either to you as a district representative or, and the two are not mutually exclusive, to you as minister.
Yes.
Could we just go through to 63, please, or 62, first of all?
Yes.
One of the points that the Auditor General's report raises is about the fact that, well, firstly, that she notes that the total spend from the account set up to finance the Sea Cows Bay Harbour Development Project was $1,157,000. But if you look at 62 onwards, the point that's made is that the money was coming from different accounts and different subheads.
Yes.
And if you look at 63, what the Auditor General says there in the report is the use of multiple accounts across recurrent and capital budgets will create challenges in determining the overall cost of the project. This will be compounded by the fact that none of the accounts were used exclusively for this project. In 2007, Sea Cows Bay Harbour Development Account, created to facilitate and finance the project, was used for a retaining wall, sidewalks and roadworks within 3rd District, projects which had no direct association to the harbour development. And what she refers there is that there's an issue of non-transparent accounting. Now, when you returned to office and you've explained that your evidence is you got engaged with this project when Systems Engineering Limited came on board, but as far as you're aware, were any steps taken to try and improve the way that monies were being paid for this project?
To improve, I had no problems with the way it was being done because the budget is clear on how the monies are spent. If you look at 66 or 64 in the Auditor General's report, where it says, I'm not coming off your point. I'm just trying to reinforce the point I'm trying to make to answer your question. It says, adding to the issue of non-transparent accounting is the manner in which payments were recorded in the Ministry of Communications and Works expenditure records. Details of the expenditure were omitted from both the manual vote book and electronic computerized record that feed into the Treasury's account system. The accounts only refer to an invoice or contract number. Now, when you take an invoice, when you take a voucher and you expect to write the entire project or project description on that in 2 lines, it's insane. If I give you the project, the contract number or the invoice number, what you're supposed to do is to look for that contract, because when a petty contract is issued, for instance, it's done in multiple copies, like 8, and they go all over the place, including the Auditor General's office. So that tells you what the monies were expended for. There's a certain amount of work involved, and no matter how the Ministry of Finance would try to allocate a particular subhead for a project, those notes are going to make a difference, because somewhere along the line, someone's going to say, I'm going to put $600 in this, $6,000 in this subhead for you to use it for so and so, instead of creating a new subhead. I don't know exactly what else can be done.
Can you just, if you can take yourself back to 2011, Honourable Fraser, and just to clarify just how the project was being funded at this point. So in terms of entering into contracts, that fell to your ministry, but in terms of signing those contracts, that fell to the Minister of Finance. But did at that time, was there an account that the Ministry of Works had access to, which held monies that could be spent on this project?
All the monies were coming from the ministry. The money, because the Minister of Finance signed the contract doesn't mean the money wasn't coming from the ministry, but he just have to sign the contract.
But that's my point. Did you hold a budget? Did you actually have an amount of money to spend on the Sea Cows Bay Harbour development?
The ministry did, yes.
And given that the projected costs were over $6 million, and you have a spend of over $1 million in 2011, how much was your budget in 2011 to spend on Sea Cows Bay?
I don't have the budget before me, so I can't tell you what the budget figure was at that time.
But in terms of you, I mean, obviously there was an election looming, but if the project had continued after that, after 2011, if that was the intent, would it mean that the Ministry of Communication and Works would have to go back, would have to put in a budget estimate and ask for more money?
Absolutely. If it was necessary, that's what would have to happen. I know for a fact that if contracts were issued, if those 7 contracts were issued, it means that much money was there in the budget.
You had money to pay them.
Yes, you can't issue a contract unless you raise a purchase order, and you can't raise a purchase order unless you have the money. And those contracts were funded.
But then going forward, there were other elements of the project that would become necessary on your evidence.
Absolutely.
But to fund those, you would then have to go back. You would have to make a bid for more money.
And that was the total understanding for the project, because from the time the Executive Council approved it, there was never enough money there to do the work. And that's probably one of the reasons they allow the project to go ahead through the use of petty contracts, because they know they couldn't go out for a major contract. They didn't have the money for a major contract at the time, but in order to keep progress going, and you have to, one of the things you have to understand about the Sea Cows Bay Harbour is that if nothing is done, the harbor keeps getting smaller and smaller because people keep increasing the size of their reclamation, as is pointed out here by the Auditor General. And one day, if you don't put a stop to it, you will have no harbor. So the government had to move. It's not a matter of whether they were just doing it for the exercise or they were doing it because it was necessary. It's necessary that something gets done.
Could I take you, please, to paragraph 68, Honourable Fraser?
Yes.
This comes under a heading in the auditor's report, which is management and administration of the development. If you look at 68, it says this. I'll read 67. The audit exercise was severely hampered by the absence of complete information regarding this project. At 68, the Auditor General writes, in particular, for the period 2007 to 2011, the Ministry of Communication and Works files reflect little to no information regarding the development. The auditors were advised by the ministry's staff that the project was handled by the subject minister, who liaised directly with the consultants, contractors, and the public works departments on plans, contracts, and progress. A schedule showing the status of the ministry's projects in February 2010 listed the Sea Cows Bay Harbour project as assigned to R. George, who was a contracted consultant in the Ministry of Communication and Works. And then at 69, the report notes, notwithstanding the absence of information, the finance officer and permanent secretary in the ministry facilitated and approved payments on this project in excess of $300,000 in 2011. Now, can you explain why the Auditor General found so little information or little to no information about this development in your ministry's files?
And what year was this that she was looking for it? 2014?
If you look at 68, the report there is speaking of the period 2007 to 2011, which is when you were the minister. And what's said is that the files of your ministry reflect little to no information regarding the development. And my question was whether you could assist the commissioner with understanding why that had arisen.
No, I'm going to attempt to assist them, but the question I was asking is, when did she look for these files?
Sorry, your voice dropped a little bit.
I'm asking. Let me make sure my battery doesn't go dead on me. I'm asking, when is it that she was looking for these files? Is it 2014 she was looking for these files, or 2011?
Well, it would have been at the time of the audit.
Right, 2014. No, I can't speak to that. I could only tell you this. I left the ministry in 2011. Whatever I had stayed in my office. And I was to learn that just about everyone who was associated with this project was summarily removed from their office to somewhere else, or whatever the case might be. And if they left the documents in their office, whoever took over probably didn't see the need to hold on to them, or whatever the case might be. By after 2011 to 2014, that's clearly 3 years. And I can't answer that. I could tell you this. I could tell you, in trying to be helpful, I could tell you this. When I look at the comments that were made by the Auditor General, I could only reflect on my days when I first became a minister, and the mindset of the public service towards ministers. And I don't know if this is a good time for me to segue into reflecting, just to create context to the answer that you need for me to give you. When I got elected in 1999, it was the night of that election that we formed the government, basically, and we got appointed the following day. Before I went to the ministry, which I was assigned to, I made a call and asked for the credentials of the people serving in the ministry. And what stood out to me is that the credentials for the person who served as a personal assistant to the permanent secretary had college credentials, while the person serving as the assistant to the minister was high school credentials. And from that moment, I began to realize what I was facing. I went to the ministry. When I got to my office, I got a cell phone, a cellular phone. It was obviously a used phone, presumably by my predecessor. And I took office. And while I'm sitting at my desk, files would show up. And for my signature, these are files. At the time I was dealing with non-belonging land holding license. I would get about 11 of those to take the cabinet executive council each week. And I go to the cabinet with them and speaking about them. You can't speak intelligently because you didn't interview the applicant or anything. And the governor said to me one day, Minister, the papers are yours. Minister, these are your papers. And it opened my eyes to what is going on. And out of that came the request, and we got a 2-day overnight retreat in Virgin Gorda at Byers Creek with senior civil servants, permanent secretaries in particular, and all the ministers and the governor. And we went through that 2-day retreat detailing the responsibilities of the minister versus those of the permanent secretary. And out of that, you would notice, if you look at the Constitution, you would notice that section 56(1) of the Constitution, it states, the governor shall, acting in accordance with the advice of the premier, by directions in writing, assign to any minister responsibility for the conduct subject to the Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including responsibility for the administration of any department of government. So the minister is clearly responsible for the administration of his department. And anyone who doesn't like this, they find themselves writing all these different things. Section 56(5) goes on to say, where a minister has been assigned responsibility under this section for the administration of any department of government, the minister shall, subject to this Constitution and any other law, exercise direction and control over that department, including directing the implementation of government policy as it relates to that department. And subject to such direction and control, the department shall, unless otherwise agreed between the governor and the premier, be under the supervision of a permanent secretary who shall be a public officer. Supervising the ministries is not by invitation. It's a constitutional right for the permanent secretary to supervise the staff in the ministry. So it isn't a situation where a minister can take away the functions of a permanent secretary, and it isn't a situation where a minister can be denied his constitutional right to manage the affairs and direct the policies of the ministry. So these are the things that you see creeping into this report. And if the files cannot be found, then somebody is responsible for that. You couldn't prepare, like I said, the Public Works Department could not prepare those bill of quantities for the contracts that were issued unless they had the information. And neither can the ministry issue payments. Now, this is where the ministry does issue the payments now. They prepare the vouchers for the payments. They wouldn't prepare vouchers for payments unless they had proper documentation from both Public Works and wherever in order to do so. Those are areas that are exclusively out of my domain.
Does that mean that you cannot help the Commissioner with an explanation as to why the Auditor General found so little information relating to the years 2007 to 2011 in the Ministry of Communication and Works files? Exactly,
I can't. And I could tell you this also. At some point, I must have raised this with the Auditor General. When I saw that note, I said, the documents has to be somewhere. Did you ask Public Works? She told me that she doesn't have to do that. There's a process that she goes through. And if it's not there, it's not there. The permanent secretary should know where the documents are. I said the systems engineer has the documents, get them from them. No, I don't do that. So I can't help you.
In fairness to the Auditor General, I should draw your attention to paragraph 70, where she says, similarly, the file reviewed from the Public Works Department did not provide any details of the project or its progression during the implementation phase. So it does appear that the Auditor General did go and make inquiries with the Public Works Department. If you look, though, back at 68, the ministry staff advised the auditors that the project was handled by the subject minister, which, given the reference to 2007 to 2011, appears to be you, who liaised directly with consultants, contractors, and the Public Works Department on plans, contracts, and progress. Is that the approach that you adopted to the project? Were you there liaising directly with consultants, contractors, and the Public Works Department?
Contractors, no. I had nothing to do with contractors. As far as Public Works is concerned, yes, I did. I did speak to people, at the person handling the project at Public Works.
Just clarify. Sorry to speak across to you, Honourable Fraser, but just clarify, what we have in this project now is we have consultants, which appears, I'll come to another consultant, to Mr. George in a moment, or Ms. George. You obviously have Systems Engineering Limited involved. You have the contractors that we've spoken about, and you have the Public Works Department. What was the role of the Public Works Department in this case, in this project?
They're the ones who prepared the bill of quantities for the 7 contracts that were issued. They're the ones who put the contracts together.
And you liaised with them in relation to that?
Yes.
And in terms of System Engineering Limited, you said that you came on, you got engaged with the project at the time that they came on board. Were you liaising directly with Systems Engineers Limited? Or engineer?
No, I didn't, and I didn't have to. I would have spoken to them, seeing how they were doing on the project, but as far as the contract that they got to do the work and all that stuff, it wasn't something. Of course, I would have seen their documents. No question about that. I would have seen their documents, and that was open to anyone who wanted to see them at the ministry.
Anyone in the ministry could see those documents?
Of course, the permanent secretary who is responsible for paying the bills and supervising whoever is working in the ministry could always see the documents. After all, if I issue you a contract, if I issue a contract to you and I call you, you can't very well tell me something that you can't come or you're not coming or something to that effect. You answer to me if I issue a contract to you.
The name that is mentioned as an additional consultant is R. George, a contracted consultant in the Ministry of Communication and Works. What was the role of R. George?
Frankly, he came to work in the ministry as a consultant because he was not a straight up employee, but he performed the functions of an employee. And he was, if I assign him anything on the project, which I can't recall what exactly he was assigned, it wouldn't have been anything to do with the bulkheading. Maybe there was some land issues or something that needed to be looked at. Maybe he would have done that. But as far as this bulkheading and where the monies are spent, he wouldn't have been involved in that.
But you said you wouldn't have assigned him to the bulkheads. Did you assign anybody to the bulkheads?
Well, Public Works was doing the bulkhead. And in the ministry, the only thing that was being done at the ministry level was that the payments.
So in terms of having going back to the point at 49, having a government project manager, having someone involved to, as a government appointed project manager to ensure that there was value for money and the public interest was preserved, who was fulfilling that role whilst you were the minister?
Well, I would imagine that the value for money portion that comes in through the accounting.
When you say the accounting, do you mean the permanent secretary is accounting officer?
Right. If anything comes to them for payment, they will verify that it was something that was done, it was legitimately done, and all legitimacy would come through the evaluation of the Public Works Department.
As I understand it, I mean, the role of a project manager is to oversee the project, not just simply to check the sort of what was being spent. It was to see how the project was progressing, to take part in the planning of the project. Did you have a government appointed project manager in place?
Not that I know of.
Because
no, not that I know of.
What was told to the Auditor General was that you were the person liaising directly with consultants, contractors, and public works department leads us to paragraph 72.
Yeah, but that statement is incorrect.
The one I just read out to you.
About me liaising with these people. That's incorrect.
So that's not something you accept.
Absolutely not.
What it leads to is the project was being executed without any significant involvement of the accounting officer, the permanent secretary, who has ultimate responsibility and can be held personally accountable for public expenditures applied from accounts under his or her control. Without any real knowledge or involvement, that the ministry received value on the monies that were spent. That seems to be a factual situation, that in effect, the permanent secretary as accounting officer,
right,
had no real say in how this project was progressed. Is that something that you accept?
No.
Why?
Not having an, because I just read to you that the position of the permanent secretary, any accounting officer, is not one that is given. It's a constitutional responsibility to supervise, to make sure that money is spent. If monies are being spent, you can ascertain what is being spent on, and you're getting value for money. And when Public Works Department creates bill of quantities for work to be carried out, that's why Public Works does it, and that's not a private entity, because you can trust what Public Works do. All the monies that were spent was based on bill of quantities that were prepared by the Public Works Department.
But Public Works were not exercising overall project management, were they? You got Public Works to draw up the bill of quantities and the contracts. You had System Engineering Limited there to draw up your designs. You had a contracted consultant in R. George, but your evidence is that you don't think you used him, or you can't remember using him for anything on this project. The petty contracts were dealt with as a separate matter. You were involved as a district representative, and then ultimately the sign-off was from the Ministry of Finance, although the monies were then paid out from your budget. So there doesn't seem to have been anybody within your ministry who had overall control or overall oversight of the project, was there?
Well, that's the people who are paying the bills. The people who are paying the bills are the ones who have to make sure that whatever they're paying money for, you're getting value for it.
But doesn't the point or one point that can arise from the paragraph 68 to 72 of the Auditor General, isn't it this, that where you have a minister who wants to get directly involved in a project, wants to liaise with consultants, contractors, and the Public Works Department, then it is very difficult for a permanent secretary, as you say, to exercise the constitutional role under Section 56. It's very difficult, basically, to say no to a minister, isn't it?
No, about what? Getting involved in the project to do your duty?
Well, disagreeing with what you want to do as the minister.
Disagreeing. There's nothing that I wanted to do that wasn't part of the Executive Council mandate to execute the project. I have no problems with anybody getting involved, putting it together and oversight. I had no problems with that. I would imagine that all the bill of quantities produced by Public Works Department came to the ministry for payment. The ministry would know what they're paying and who gave them these bill of quantities. I had, like I said, talking about this thing about me liaising with contractors. I had nothing to do with the contractors. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you must have had something on your earlier evidence, Honourable Fraser, because you said as a district representative, you would have held a meeting.
Yes.
So
there's a limit to where you go. Once these contracts are issued, that's the cutoff point.
But in terms of identifying people who may be suitable contractors, making recommendations that they are suitable contractors, that's what you see your role as a district representative, isn't it?
Well, the privilege is extended to district representatives to make recommendation as to who should be given a petty contract. And that's what I did. I made a recommendation and that's it. After that, I am out of the picture as far as contractors are concerned.
Go please to 73 in the Auditor General's report. I just want you to have an opportunity to respond to that paragraph. It reads as follows: the manner in which this project was implemented, with the general absence of information in the government's records, the substantive exclusion of the accounting officer from the process, created the impression of a private undertaking that was being financed by the government. This is further exacerbated by related party issues that were present in the development. I'll come back to that last sentence, but please respond on the first, because what's effectively said is that, and it goes back to the point that effectively that you were directly involved in this project, and therefore essentially treated it as your own project. Is there any substance to that?
No, that's exactly why I asked you to look at that M1 plan, which, well, you see, I'll tell you that the Auditor General created the narrative, and all she was doing is creating a story. So when you see those adjustments made to her final report, it's all because she got caught in this big story that she was creating. What private development? First, she's saying that all the money was concentrated on the one lot, 200 feet wide. And then once that's been debunked, you start softening up your report. And now you come back with the same report here talking about a private development. Tell me which private development was benefiting from this project. Tell me which one was benefiting from it.
Well, one of the lucky things about my job is I don't get to give evidence. But
no, if you're the one who is presenting this information as if it's gospel or fact, and I'm saying to you that it is ridiculous.
Right. Well,
no, which private development was benefiting from this public fund?
Focus on the words that are in the document, please. What it says is it created the impression of a private undertaking that was being financed by the government. I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that. And what you said, in effect, is it's a ridiculous suggestion.
Well, don't you see the same thing?
Well,
all nine lots are basically owned, leased, prospective owners are private citizens. And back in 1992, when the private citizens got together in a community meeting, the government agreed to bulkhead the harbor. So I don't understand why all of a sudden you're focusing on one person who has one small reclamation among 9 and talking about this private development benefiting from public expenditure. It's ridiculous. And I want you to see it as being ridiculous.
It hasn't, the one way of reading paragraph 73 is not that it's focusing on one of the individuals who held a lot, but it's focusing upon your conduct.
Oh, my conduct. So my conduct suggests that I'm a private citizen?
No, your approach to the project, in that there is no information available in the files. The permanent secretary's accounting officer was not involved to the extent that he or she should be, and that you had liaised directly with consultants, contractors, and the public works department.
And I'm saying to you that as the minister responsible for the subject, and based on the constitutional responsibility to exercise direction and control over that department, including directing the implementation of government policy as it relates to that department, I have done nothing that was not my constitutional role on the project. If someone else didn't do their constitutional role, you can't blame me for that.
And so, just to be clear, what you did not do was treat the Sea Cows Bay Harbour project as your own private project.
Of course not. Of course not.
Then let's move on to paragraph 74, please.
74?
And we'll stick with the Auditor General's final report.
Okay.
Now, 74 links to the last sentence of 73, related party disclosure.
Yes.
And the point that is made, we see at 76 to 78. During the implementation period, so that's the period when bulkheads were being fabricated, project activity was being controlled by the Minister, Honourable Julian Fraser. All of the funds applied in 2011, which come to $335,000, just a bit over, were focused on bulkheading the west end of the harbour, which included but was not limited to an area owned leased by Mr. Earl Fraser of Hannah's Reclamation. The contractors who were engaged to provide the bulkheads included Mr. Kenneth Fraser and Fraser Incorporated, a company owned by Mr. Earl Fraser. Both contractors are brothers of the Minister. Both received a 10% deposit prior to commencement and neither completed the task. At 78, it then says, the records indicate that in 2 prior instances where Cabinet considered applications made by Hannah Reclamation Limited, stroke Mr. Earl Fraser for leasing of the seabed, in June 2008, the Honourable Julian Fraser declared his interest and recused himself from the matter. Cabinet extract for the 18th of May 2011 does not indicate whether the same occurred when Hannah Reclamation's Limited's application to lease the seabed for jetties and moorings in 2011 was considered and approved. The above transaction, because of their materiality and the relationship between Mr. Earl Fraser, Mr. Kenneth Fraser, and the Honourable Julian Fraser, represent related party transactions as defined by IPSAS 25C and accordingly require disclosure. It comes down to this, I would suggest, Honourable Fraser, and that is that when you became involved in this project, and we'll take it from 2009, the date Systems Engineer Limited became involved, were you aware of the potential for conflict of interest?
No, I saw no conflict of interest as far as I'm concerned in this project.
So the fact that your brother, you've explained, a shareholder in Hannah Reclamation Limited, was leasing a lot in Sea Cows Bay that would be part of the project, didn't give rise in your mind to a potential conflict of interest?
No conflict of interest.
The fact that 2 of your brothers were amongst those who received petty contracts did not give rise in your mind to a potential conflict of interest?
Like I said, I had no dealings with contractors, and I don't know where the conflict comes in.
Now, I told you that I would return to this point, and it's the last point I want to deal with you, and that is, if you look at 83 in the Auditor General's report.
Yes.
He begins that last paragraph. At the time of writing, the project was at a standstill. Sheet piles that had been prepared in 2011 remained on the property owned lease by Hannah Reclamation Limited. There's no record that deposits paid to the 5 petty contractors who did not provide bulkheads were recovered. Now, you left office in 2011. You've mentioned that things happened in relation to the contracts that had been entered into at that time. Can you just add some more detail for the Commissioner, please, and just explain what did happen after 2011?
I missed a part of your question. You said I mentioned that things happened.
Yes, you said in the course of your evidence that in 2011, when there was a change of government,
yes,
contracts were all cancelled, work was stopped.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you just to add some more detail for the Commissioner, please, as to what exactly happened at that point.
Well, as soon as the elections were had and a government changed, all the projects in my district were discontinued. All the contractors people who had contracts had their contracts stopped. I expected them to restart at some point, but it never happened. I noticed that some of the contracts were issued to new contractors. And I noticed, as far as I know, because no one said anything to me, I know that nothing happened after that. And I don't even recall if I ever asked the minister or the premier why he stopped the project. I don't recall asking. I just figured that they knew what they were doing. I made noise though. I was out in the street making noise about the fact that they stopped the projects, but nothing changed.
And so was that every single project that was ongoing in your district? Was stopped?
Every project except maybe they had some belief that the person who one of the persons or something, maybe one of their friends or something that are supporters, I should say, not friends. We don't have friends like that, but maybe one of their supporters or potential supporters. But I know that every project that I have in the district, and there were quite a few that got stopped. And some of them, the contracts were reissued to people. I got bad name for it because people think that I wasn't paying attention to them. I had to go and show them that, listen, this contract was issued. So-and-so is a contractor, go talk to that person, you'll see that I did this, you had a contract issue to help you out with whatever you were doing. But nothing happened.
And were you ever given, it seems to be that your evidence is that you were not given an explanation for that decision?
Never.
And was that, you are then in opposition, 2011. Going back to your earlier point about the role of a district representative, were you subsequently invited as a district representative to make recommendations to put contractors forward?
Sure, all the time. It has never stopped.
So even after going into opposition, you were still able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. If I could just have a moment, please, Mr. Fraser.
Sure.
Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions. Can I conclude, first of all, by thanking the Honourable Fraser for making himself available today to give evidence to the Commission. I think originally we might have listed him for a different day and we brought him forward, and we're grateful for him to making himself available. But secondly, also, can I thank him for the way in which he has given his evidence to the Commission today.
And can I echo that, please, Honourable Mr. Fraser? Thank you both for your time and your patience, including the adjustment at the time of you giving evidence, and also thank you for the clear way in which you've given your evidence. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I want to say I'm very much surprised, and in a thankful way, the way we were able to go through this report. I did not think that I would have been afforded that privilege to go through this report page by page. And I thank you for doing that. But Commissioner, you had other things for me to do. What happened?
Sorry?
There were other things for me to go through, internal audit report and non-belonging land holding license, all those things.
Not
non-belonging land holding license. I'm talking about belongers.
It's all for today, Mr. Fraser. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Rawat, the next witness.
I think it's scheduled at 2 o'clock.
Good.
So if we could have a short break for lunch and then we'll resume then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Just before we hear the next witness, I'd just like to make a short statement following the Governor's statement of this morning. As you're all aware, in January, I was appointed by the then Governor to conduct a commission of inquiry to establish whether there is information that corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty in relation to public officials may have taken place in recent years, and if appropriate, to make independent recommendations with a view to improving the standards of governance and the operation of the agencies of law enforcement and justice in the British Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the people of the BVI for their continuing assistance and support in this task. In particular, I'm acutely aware that much of the work to provide evidence to the COI has fallen on the shoulders of public servants, for whose continued efforts I repeat my thanks. On the 2nd of July, I gave a statement detailing the COI hearings I propose to hold to cover the following particular topics. First, the interests held and declared by members of the House of Assembly and elected ministers. Second, questions arising from the position statements submitted by participants and others on governance and law enforcement and justice. Third, the work of the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor and the Complaints Commissioner. Fourth, the composition and function of statutory boards. Fifth, the purchase and leasing of Crown land. And sixth, the system under which the BVI government enters into contracts, both in general and in relation to specific contracts. Given that witnesses would likely be taking holidays during August, I did not propose having hearings that month in any event, but I hoped that we could complete all of the above topics before the end of July, and I set a timetable to that end. Despite the many challenges we have had, primarily in evidence from the BVI government being delayed, we have kept up with that timetable to date. We are due to complete registration of interests, governance and the law enforcement and justice systems, and the work of the Auditor General, Internal Auditor and Complaints Commissioner by the end of this week, with very few loose ends left to tie up. We've also done a good deal of work on contracts. It was proposed that we would cover statutory boards next week and Crown land in the final week of July before breaking for August. To avoid a disjointed approach, I was keen to deal with each of these topics in one go. Regrettably, we're not currently in a position to proceed with either topic. Requests were made for evidence from ministers some weeks ago, but despite extensions of time, in respect of each, there is a good deal outstanding. Some evidence has not yet been lodged at all. Some of the evidence that has been lodged is patently incomplete. In the last week or so, the necessary restrictions in relation to COVID-19 have no doubt made the task of collecting and submitting the necessary evidence more challenging. In any event, and despite the efforts that have been made by all, the Attorney General, through her inquiry response unit, has been unable to give me any confident prediction as to when we will have all of the relevant material in relation to these topics. Even when we do receive it, the COI team will need time to analyse it and prepare for the hearings. I reiterate that I am determined to complete this inquiry expeditiously. However, given the current circumstances with regard to the evidence, it will be impossible to have focused hearings on these topics now. They will be rescheduled. This means that there will be no hearings concerning statutory boards next week or Crown land in the week commencing the 26th of July. However, if and so far as we are able to call witnesses to tie up loose ends on the topics we have done, then we shall do so. As usual, details of the witnesses to be called will be published on the COI website. The rescheduling of these hearings does not, of course, mean that the work of the COI will stop. Far from it. We will continue to liaise with the Attorney General, her IRU, and the public servants involved, with a view to obtaining the outstanding evidence we've requested, and we will continue to analyse the information that we have to ensure that future hearings remain focused. However, this work need not be done in the BVI, and indeed can most efficiently be dealt with in the UK. And therefore the COI team propose returning to the UK during the course of the next 2 weeks or so. It's our intention to return to the BVI in late August, when hopefully we will be able to resume hearings with witnesses appearing in person at our hearing room here at the International Arbitration Centre. In the event that in-person hearings are not possible, we will then continue with remote hearings. In my statement of the 2nd of June, I said that it being clear that I would be unable to deliver my report to His Excellency the Governor by the 19th of July. I had requested an extension of time, and the Governor had kindly indicated his willingness in principle to grant such an extension. Before identifying a new date, he asked me to report on progress in mid-July. I have given the Governor that report, and on the basis of it, he has granted an extension to the 19th of January. That is, I hope, out of an abundance of caution, but in circumstances in which the hearings are now unlikely to be complete until October, I'm particularly grateful for the extension that has been granted. The Governor and all those who live in the BVI may rest assured that my team and I will continue to work tirelessly to deliver the report as soon as possible. Good, thank you, Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I could just first of all start off by...
I'm sorry, your microphone is on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Kasdan. Commissioner, to start with, if I could just, for the transcript, just record the representation that is present at this afternoon's hearing. There is no representation from Silk Legal, but Ms. Sarah Jane Knock appears on behalf of the Attorney General and the elected representatives. We were scheduled to have 2 witnesses. One was Mr. Wendell Gaskin and one was Mrs. Phyllis Evans. Mr. Gaskin has his evidence is going to be put off hopefully to tomorrow. And so our witness this afternoon is Mrs. Phyllis Evans. If I could just confirm with Mrs. Evans if she can see and hear me.
I can.
Mrs. Evans, first of all, thank you for coming to give evidence. I understand that you are going to make an affirmation.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the words of the affirmation with you?
Just a second.
If it's easier, Mrs. Evans, I have the words here. If I can read them out, and then if you could just, that would be perhaps more straightforward way of doing it.
Thank you.
The words are, and I'll start now, but I do solemnly.
I do solemnly.
Sincerely and truly declare.
Sincerely and truly declare.
And affirm.
And affirm.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans.
You're welcome.
If we could start, Mrs. Evans, with some formalities, and the first one is, could I ask you just to confirm your full name to the Commissioner, please?
My name is Phyllis Evans.
And can I just confirm that you have with you some of the documents that we drew your attention to? The first is, do you have the second affidavit that you've made for the Commissioner?
I do.
And then do you have the internal auditor's reports on the assistant grants program? One is dated May 2009. There's another one dated March 2011. And then the third report that I want to show you is the internal auditor's draft audit report on the COVID-19 stimulus of October 2020.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The next thing to ask you to do is just to remember to keep your voice up, please, and to speak slowly. When giving evidence remotely, it may be that either myself or you, Mrs. Evans, speak across each other. If we try and avoid that, it probably makes life easier for the stenographer. So if I do, I'll stop and I'll allow you an opportunity to finish your sentence, all right?
Will do.
Could we begin, first of all, if you could just give the Commissioner an outline of your professional career in public service before you became clerk to the House of Assembly?
Sure. I joined the public service on the 1st of May, 1978 as a clerical trainee. And I've worked in several departments, including the Deputy Governor's Office, the Office of the Governor. I spent 15 years at the then BVI High School as the office manager. I spent 8 months and eight and a half months as private secretary to the then Minister of Education, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy. I was appointed clerk on the 2nd of February, 2009.
And you've held that role ever since, is that right?
Yes, I have.
What does the role of clerk to the House of Assembly involve?
A myriad of things. My job profile speaks to the coordination of official functions. I'll just give a brief, if you don't mind. Serving as the accounting officer for the department, preparing and managing the annual budget, department's annual budget. I ensure that the preparation and submission of performance planning and appraisal reports for staff. I manage the office of the House of Assembly, including supervising, training, and disciplining staff to ensure the well-functioning and efficiency of the office. I oversee the maintenance and upkeep of all buildings. We use the, the office is actually in the Richard C. Stout building, and then there's the House of Assembly. So there are 2 separate buildings in 2 separate locations. So I manage those, including the grounds, equipments, and the vehicles. I manage and coordinate all arrangements for the holding of sittings and other meetings, such as committee meetings, and also the CPA, meaning the Commonwealth Parliamentary Local Branch meetings. I prepare for each sitting an order paper, which contains the business of the day for that sitting. I advise the Speaker on financial matters of the House of Assembly. I also advise the Speaker on matters as it relates to the House. I record and prepare the minutes of proceedings of the House and of the committees of the House of Assembly. I maintain custody of all votes, bills, and other documents that's laid before the House of Assembly. I serve as secretary to the BVI branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I've said that already, I'm sorry. I coordinate the deliberations of the annual Standing Finance Committee, which is a committee leading up to the budget. And I perform other duties that's assigned to me. That's basically my job profile. That's done basically on a daily basis or over a period of time. In addition to when I sit in the House as the clerk in the House, I am responsible for ensuring that whatever is needed to support members there, as well as the Speaker. I also advise the Speaker in the House in terms of proceedings within the House.
And in terms of reporting lines, when we go to the internal audit unit's reports, the ones concerning assistant grants as operated by the House of Assembly, if you look at the 2009 one, it has a logo on it which is headed Premier's Office. The evidence that the Commissioner has received in relation to the reporting lines for the clerks of the House of Assembly is that you would fall under the Deputy Governor's group. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And in terms of, so from a financial perspective, would that involve you liaising with the Ministry of Finance?
As it relates to?
The finances of the House.
In terms of the budget?
Yes.
Yes.
If you could go to your affidavit, the second affidavit that you've produced, which is dated the 25th of June 2021.
Yes.
You've exhibited some documents to that. Can I just take you to your paragraph 4? You say there at the outset, I should further say that in this affidavit where I mention a document that does not waive any privilege asserted in respect of it. Is there any document over which you do wish to assert privilege?
I need to find that section.
It's just on the first page, paragraph 4.
I see that. I'm looking for waive any privilege asserted in respect of it. Exactly. I'm not really sure of the question. I'm not really sure when I did that at the time, what my mind frame was.
When you, did you prepare this affidavit yourself?
I sure did.
So when you put that sentence in, was it explained to you what privilege meant?
At the time, I don't remember. I was doing many things at the time. The time frame was tight. And when I was preparing this, so I was back and forth trying to meet the deadline with this. So my memory don't take me back. Sorry.
Thank you. Well, can we just deal with the process of the assistance grants? I'm going to call it the assistance grants program, if I may. And you explain at paragraph 7 of that affidavit that it's existed for over 20 years. And there are a number of guidelines that are issued to members of the House of Assembly. When you look at your exhibits to that, they're the first 2 pages of the exhibit. Now, those guidelines, is it right that they were available and had been produced before you took up your role as clerk to the House of Assembly?
Yes, they were.
And what you've also annexed, if you turn through your exhibit, the application form that has to be completed. How long has that application form been in existence?
I met the application form as well.
Yes.
The only thing that I've added was the to attach a photograph, but the application form was here along with the guidelines.
So the only change that you've made to that application form is to ask for photo ID.
Yes.
Thank you for that. If you could I'm going to put it this way, we understand the process from the evidence that the Commissioner has received so far, which includes evidence from members of the House of Assembly. The submitted application goes to a member of the House of Assembly, and an applicant can submit an application to their district representative or to a territorial at large representative. And the member then considers the application and makes a decision. And if they want to approve the application, it's that application that then makes its way to you as clerk to the House of Assembly. Is that right?
It does, yes.
And in terms of considering the application, what is your role, Mrs. Evans? If
I may give you the stages or the steps.
Yes, please.
When the application comes to the office, they're stamped and recorded in a register, and they're sent to me in mail folder. So at that point, I go through the applications and I make any amendments or any changes if I need to. I would sign them off. There's a section in the back of the application for my signature. Once the representative had signed up theirs, and the application goes back through the office, it goes to my deputy, and then it goes to the accounts unit.
But do you have a role in considering the merits of the application?
I do. I do look at the applications in depth, and if there are anomalies or there are certain things that has been missing, or maybe the representative did not sign the application or the applicant did not sign the application, then it goes back. I would have it sent back to the ministry or the department or to the member, because of course there are members that sit at this office where I'm at, and their secretaries would pass them on to them, whichever, whether here or whether in the ministries in which they're sitting. Once that's done, it comes back to me, the corrections would be made, and it comes back to me. And in most cases, the original that was sent to the respective ministries would come back to me with the new amended copy. That's what usually happens in most cases.
What the evidence from members has been is that they've given examples that an application that they have approved may be returned to them if, for example, there is a necessary document missing or something hasn't been signed. Is that the sort of thing that you would look out for when you're reviewing the applications?
Yes, I would see if like I said before, if the representative did not sign, if the applicant did not sign, if there are documents that are required and not attached, that's where they would go back.
But do you, when you get, as I understand your affidavit, when you receive the application, the member will have considered its merit and will have decided that the individual applicant should be supported in some way. Do you make your own assessment of the merits? Do you say to yourself, I'm going to now decide whether this is an application that should receive assistance? Or do you just accept the member's view?
Well, first of all, I do not meet with the applicants. I am not the person that sorry, that meet with the applicants, but sometimes there are information that's missing. And so I would have to send them back for that reason, because I do not personally meet with the applicants for the members. The member gets the form, meets with the applicant or whatever. Every detail cannot go into the affidavit, I might add. So there are times when the application is also collected from the receptionist area, and the applicant would take it back, come back, see the member, or they would probably leave it at the reception area. I do not get in that part of it. My job is to go through the applications, look at them, see if they I'm missing any signatures, see if the relevant information that needs to be attached is attached. And once that's done, I would route the mail back to the deputy clerk. In turn, sometimes she looks them over and then she passes them through to the accounts unit. In the accounts unit as well, sometimes if I miss something, my deputy would have picked it up. And also in the unit, the accounts unit, they also pick up if there are errors and they would draw them to my attention. And then I would instruct them, because of course they would ask me for my input or my comments, and I would instruct them to send them back to the respective secretaries who would then give or discuss with the members.
So your role is essentially to check whether the documents that justify the application are all there.
Yes.
And does that tie in with your role as the accounting officer?
It sure does.
If you just turn through your exhibit, it's not paginated, but if you go through just to the first page where there's a spreadsheet, which is headed number of grant assisted grants, 17th of June to 31st of December 2018.
Yes.
Now, am I right to assume that this table is generated from information that you keep yourself within your office?
No, I don't keep this in my office. This is kept on the GDE Oracle. In the accounting section, the government's GDE Oracle accounts system. And this is actually the accounts officers access this system here. I don't have that in my office. So I don't have direct access to it. I'm sorry.
Access.
I'm sorry.
Your accounting unit that would have that access.
Yes, they do.
You may not be able to help us with this, but you can see the different subheads that are there.
Yes.
The last one is given as other individuals stroke family assistance. And that seems to be a subhead which a lot of grants are given under or recorded under. Do you know what other individuals stroke family assistance covers?
It covers financial hardships and stuff of that nature. So there would be more requests from individuals, other individuals / family assistance from this particular subhead versus the others.
If we could just look at the first internal audit report on the assistant grant program, please, Mrs. Evans. It should be the document that I'm taking you to should be dated May 2009 and carry I think the first page you will have is probably page 60. Is that right at the bottom?
65.
65. If you go to 65, then that's the first page of the report itself.
Yes.
Now, this was an audit done shortly after you took on the role of clerk to the House. And it covers the period before you're taking on that role, 2006 to 2008. But if you go through, please, to 69.
Yes, I'm there.
You'll see at 7.1.3, the Internal Audit Department has recorded, based on this assistance offered by these already established programs, and that's programs run by ministries, the audit team is at a loss as to what necessitated the evolution of this program, that's the one that you're involved in, from its original intent of facilitating minor district projects to one whereby elected members are solely responsible for deciding who is granted funds from the programme. When you joined or became clerks of the House, were you aware as to what the original intent of the assistance grant programme had been?
I was not. I learned about it some years down. I was not aware what the intent was, but I learned that it was basically district projects. And then it changed, I'm told it's changed, it has been changed between the years 2003 and 2007.
And was it, as far as you were told, a gradual change over time, or was it a decision made that it would go from minor district projects to something a bit wider in its ambit?
No, I was not told that, neither did I ask a question.
If you go through the document, I want to just take you to page 78. It's something I'm going to come back to, but I just want to draw your attention to it as we go through. At page 78, what the internal audit report does is set out the guidelines that were made available to them in May 2009, and they've commented on each guideline, essentially critiquing what the guidance was for. If you turn to page 123 in this document, let me know when you have it, Mrs.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. 123 is the management response, and so it's the response that came from yourself as Clerk of the House of Assembly to the recommendations made in that audit report. And the first recommendation was that consideration be given to transfer the funding from this subhead to agencies that have already established similar programs, such as social development, hardship, Ministry of Education for educational assistance, that can give them the needed transparency and consistency needed to administer these funds. Now, there, the response was clearly defined guidelines that would allow for transparency and consistency in administering must be developed and implemented. Also, the above must be done, allowing monitoring to be done consistently and transparently. And the response said that it set a sort of anticipated completion date of 10 months. What was then at 8.2, the second recommendation was, it's recommended that an appropriate budget be prepared for the programme with the view of returning it to its original purpose of providing assistance to finance minor district response. And that was indicated as a recommendation with which there was disagreement. Now, in terms of disagreeing with it, was there a reason why you disagreed with that recommendation?
If I might, I need to say something here, Commissioner. The report came, yes, shortly after I was appointed. And if you notice, there was I think there was a letter from the then speaker.
Is that the letter that we see at page 63?
Yes.
Would you mind, Mrs. Evans, if I deal with that letter a little later? Because what I want to do is firstly ask you about the management response. I'll then take you up to the follow-up audit and then come to the letter, because that will deal with things chronologically.
Okay.
So would I mean, if it helps you to answer the particular question I've asked, please do refer to the letter. But is the position that in terms of the disagreement, returning the assistance grants to its original purpose of being limited to minor district projects was not something with which the members of the House of Assembly were in agreement?
And that's why I was going to the letter, because I know that when it came, I actually took it to the informal meeting. Well, I asked the speaker if it could have been placed on the agenda. And this was where that information came from. Of course, that's back then, you know. I can't remember every detail, but I remember that this was done from one of those informal meetings. That's what I was about to say, leading up to the letter.
If we look at 124, please. The third recommendation that was made was that the present guidelines, and those are the ones that I drew your attention to, be revised by an independent body to eliminate any inconsistencies which may exist. It's further recommended that such guidelines be formally adopted by Cabinet to better regulate the use of this subhead in the long term. And the management response, with you identified as the person responsible for corrective action, was to agree with that, to give a completion date of 4 months. And the plan was that it would be discussed in an informal meeting of the House of Assembly to get recommendations on the prudent way forward in selecting an independent body to do such. And when one looks at the management response, with the exception of the 8.2 that I drew your attention to, that returning it to its original purpose, there seems to have been overall general agreement with some of the recommendations. But if you go to 131, please.
I'm there.
What we have there at 131 is the follow-up audit that the internal audit, what was then the internal audit unit did in March 2011. And you'll see that what's noted in the 4th paragraph down, that the line just above the title recommendation 1, was that 10 recommendations had been provided in the internal audit report, but unfortunately none had been implemented. And what's written above that is, in performing our follow-up engagement, meetings were held separately with the clerk, the accounting officer, and the deputy clerk of the House of Assembly and other members of staff. The clerk noted that attempts were made to address the weaknesses discovered in the current guidelines. However, this was not accomplished due to lack of cooperation from some members of the Assembly. It is imperative also to note that the clerk, in her management response to the report, stressed on the importance of adopting clearly defined guidelines that would allow for transparency and consistency in administering the programme, with an anticipation completion date of 10 months after the issuance of the report. That's by March 2010. Now, where you were then in terms of the position in March 2011 was that things had not changed. There were no new guidelines. You were almost 2 years on from the first report, and the system was operating without any change. Was the reason there had been no change fundamentally what's said there about a lack of cooperation from some members of the Assembly?
Yes.
Were there any particular concern that members voiced to you at the time over changing the guidelines?
Back in 2011, that's quite a while. Like, my mind doesn't take me back there. But I did find an informal meeting minutes where members did express their reasons for not doing much. And that's as much as I can say for that. I can't tell you in details, but yes, I did find something.
If you turn over to the 133, please. Can you see the heading follow-up recommendation?
Yes.
The first one was it's highly recommended that the recommendations provided in the original report be implemented expeditiously. Now that didn't happen, did it?
No.
But what's then recommended is it's recommended that the advice of the Attorney General be sought in relation to the perceived conflict that exists where the accounting officer may not have authority over the assistance grant subhead as outlined in the description in the budget estimate. Now that links back to a concern that was raised in the first report, which was that although you're the accounting officer, it is the member that essentially decides whether the amount should be paid. Now, do you remember whether any advice was taken about a conflict issue?
I can't remember that. I can't remember.
And what was also, if we look at the third recommendation, Mrs. Evans, it's recommended that the clerk become formalized and guided by the following clauses of the Public Management Act 2004 and the Public Finance Management Regulations 2005. Those are provisions that relate to your role as an accounting officer. But subsequent to these two audit reports, were you given any further training yourself as to your role as accounting officer?
No.
The concern, and if you turn up page 73, you'll see how it's worded there.
I'm there.
You look at 7.14, the concern that's voiced is the clerk is the accounting officer for the House of Assembly. However, the clerk lacks the necessary authority to make expenditure from this subhead without the express consent of the elected representative. This begs the question, as the accounting officer for the House of Assembly, where does the clerk's responsibility and accountability end? You have, as an accounting officer, obligations under the law, don't you, in terms of you are, as any accounting officer is under the regulations, you could be personally liable for any expenditure from a subhead or a head that you are responsible for. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And what's essentially being suggested in these audit reports is that the clerk to the House of Assembly is in a difficult position because you don't have the final word in terms of deciding whether or not monies will be paid out. You're dependent on the approval comes from the member of the House. Your role is to check that there are the necessary documents. Do you see the same tension in what you're being asked to do in terms of managing this process?
I would say yes.
Have you, during your time as clerk to the House, raised that tension with anyone?
I have raised it, yes, in informal meetings, not with this administration, but prior to, yes, I have.
And what response did you get when you raised it, Mrs. Evans?
The same response as we go back to, well, like I said, to refresh my memory, I had found an informal meeting minutes, and it spoke to the clerk, even though she is the accounting officer responsible for the funds, the clerk does not dictate what I do with my money. Basically, that's what it said.
And one of the points that you raised in your management response and you recognized was that the guidelines needed reform.
Yes.
Now, the commissioner has had this evidence, and in effect, that with changes, the only changes that have been made is where there's been a reference to the Legislative Council, it's become the House of Assembly. But in substance, the form is the same as the form that you inherited when you took on your role. It hasn't changed. So far as you're aware, have there been any attempts to revise the form at all since you've been clerk to the House of Assembly?
Not an attempt to revise the form, but I remember in a recent informal meeting of 2013, there again, I had asked the then speaker to bring it to the fore, and it had to do with one of the reports that I received, and I spoke with her at that point. It did come to the meeting, and there were different conversations about it. Some members said they would have taken it away and returned, and a particular meeting would have been set to go through guidelines and different things that they needed to have done in order for us to have a proper guidelines as it relates to the funds, distribution of the funds. But that was never held as well. So they were basically the same things that were said prior to when I've had a few meetings back as it relates to the funds. So it's the same thing, I guess.
Would a fair summary of the position that you are in as clerk to the House of Assembly is that members have over the years seen the assistant grants as their budget for them to handle as they see fit? Well,
if I can explain, the funds are placed there for members to assist their constituents wherever they can, and it's assigned. I mean, I am responsible to ensure that members do not go over the allotted amount that's afforded them. But in terms of them assigning, administering the funds to their respective, persons, that's theirs, because when the funds are placed in the budget and it's put in the respective ledgers, each member knows what he or she gets. And so it's calculated down until we get towards the end of the year when it's exhausted. So the funds are actually placed in ledgers, subledgers, and every member knows what he or she gets or what's assigned to them. And so they're quite aware of that. I would say the only thing that I really would do in terms of the funds is to basically manage, because the members don't have access. They don't have access to the system, but they know that they have funds. So that's where the buck stops.
And in terms of the system, once the form has gone through your review and you've confirmed that all the necessary documents are there, that signatures are where they should be, once it goes through your account unit, then the last part of the process is for it to go to the Treasury Department to issue the check. Is that right?
Yes, once it goes through the system and there's a purchase order that's raised, there's a voucher that's raised, it comes back to me, I sign them off, and then they're copied and taken to the Treasury for processing. That's where the check is being done.
And then do the checks then come back to your office and they're issued or can be collected from your office?
The checks come back to our office, they're recorded, and then they are disseminated to the respective secretaries or the reception at my office here, and they're distributed to the respective applicants, and they would sign for their checks.
Could you turn up page 83, Mr. Evans?
I'm there.
If we're both on the same page, you should see a table and it's headed table 1 showing actual disbursement by district stroke territorial 2006 to 2008.
Yes.
And this is an appendix to the Internal Audit Department's report of May 2009. Now, obviously, this relates to disbursements that took place before you took on your role. Now, at that time, the district representatives had an allotment of 75, or I think I think it was $75,000 and $60,000 that they had. But if we look at that table, it seems to show that there was members who would go over their allotment. Now, you referred a few moments ago that you control, at least monitor the funds. What happens in a situation where, and we understand it, that members receive the funds on a quarterly basis, but if a member goes over their allotted amount of say $125,000, what happens in that instance?
I'm not sure what happens in that instance because that has never happened since I'm managing the funds. So we don't have those high figures. I've never seen it happen since I'm here. So I am not sure what happened then, but I try my best to ensure that members do not overspend. We actually ensure that members are told when they are nearing the end of their budget. They would be informed that you only have a certain amount allotted or left and would work within that amount. Other than that, we try not to. And if we've ever gone over, it has not been much that I can remember. But to this vast amount, no.
What we or the commissioner heard evidence yesterday from the acting financial secretary, Jeremiah Frett, and he explained that there was a process by which additional sums could be added by way of a schedule of additional provision to the assistant grants. And so the process was that the matter would come before Cabinet. Cabinet would agree a draft resolution that would go to the House, and the House would pass the draft resolution. And the evidence of Mr. Frett was that that was a way of being a way one could make good a shortfall in the assistant grants program. So if the assistant grants program had gone over the budget, essentially the House could resolve to then give it additional funds so that the shortfall could be cleared. But your evidence is that never happens. Everybody sticks to their limits. Is that right?
I ensure that happens.
And although if you look at paragraph 12 of your affidavit, you refer there to specific amounts that have been given to members by way of additional sums. But other than those situations, during your time as clerk, have there been other occasions when additional sums have been allocated to this program?
Not to my knowledge. It usually happens towards the end of the year. I'm not aware of it happening before. My memory don't take me there. I could remember towards the end of the year, they might get additional funds, but not prior, not that I could remember.
Now, you have specifically mentioned an additional sum of $390,000 allocated to all members for 2019. Was that a decision of cabinet or was that a decision of the House? Do you remember?
I am not sure what happens in cabinet. What I do know is that I would get a memorandum from the Ministry of Finance stating that there is an additional amount that has been approved for members. I am not sure of the intricacies that happens in the ministry in cabinet, so I can't speak to that. This 390,000 that I spoke about, and that was in 2019, and that was an additional 30,000 per member in that year.
And was that a one-off? I mean, I suppose it's difficult to say because obviously 2020 was a very different year, a very abnormal year. So, but it didn't stay at that same level in terms of the assistant grants. We'll get on to COVID in a moment, but it didn't stay at that increased level in 2020. Did it drop back down?
Well, in 2020, the same amount would have been applied, 125 and the 150, and the additional would have been given as well. And I have here in November of 2020, an additional 100,000 each would have been given in November of 2020.
Could we turn to the COVID stimulus assistance program that was administered through the House of Assembly? And that's, if you look at the COVID-19 stimulus audit report from the Internal Audit Department, do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now this report, although it's dated October 2020, during her evidence, the internal auditor confirmed that it's May 2021. It deals with more than one stimulus program. And if I take you to 3064, please.
Yes.
What we've got there is the House of Assembly COVID-19 Assistance Grants Initiative. So, and this was an initiative whereby members had an additional $300,000 to distribute by way of assistance to their constituents. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
So that was above the usual or distinct from the usual assistance grants program that you have been administering or overseeing since becoming clerk to the House.
Yes, a very unusual year.
Now, part of the process of setting this program up was a policy document. Were you involved at all as clerk to the House in establishing the program or deciding the criteria?
No.
If you look at 3064, in terms of your role as clerk to the House, what did it involve?
It took the same principle as the regular assistance grants. The only thing had changed was they were given, much more funds because of the situation of COVID in 2020, but basically the same results.
So in terms of your role, it was again still reviewing the forms, making sure that documents had been signed where they had to be signed, etc.
Yes.
And it was as I've understood this report, and tell me if I've misunderstood it, the decision as to whether or not, well, what's said, if we look at 3064, is the programme was structured in a manner that allowed members of the House of Assembly to be directly involved in the awarding of grants to their constituents. So it was down to the member of the House to decide who would get what.
There again, yes, the members.
Could I ask for your help, please, with 3065, if you turn to that page?
I'm there.
If you look at point 1, it's under the heading observations for the period. But what the Internal Audit Department noted was that although the programme policy document requires each applicant to provide evidence of the type and amount of support being requested, approximately 1/3 of applications approved and paid were not supported by any evidence of the type and amount of the awarded assistance. I was hoping, Mrs. Evans, you might be able to give the Commissioner some context to that observation in terms of, were there any particular difficulties at that time in terms of processing applications?
Yes, there was. I was short staffed. I was the only person dealing with this, going through the applications. There were a myriad of things that happened. People were frustrated. Members were hollowing. I was the only person going through each application. I couldn't see everything. We were just very overwhelmed with situations, and I'm seeing here that evidence of the type of amount of awarded assistance, approximately 1/3 of applications approved and paid were not supported by any evidence of the type and the amount awarded. I don't know what the percentage was. I know that, yes, there were persons that did not have the evidence. It was a trying time for us here in the BVI, and persons were desperate. I tried to assist the best I could, given with the resources for members, and to assist persons who are really dire in need of assistance. And yes, I recognize that there were persons that did not have the documents attached for the COVID-19, all the documents, yes, but there were, I would use the word, they were hurting. There were people that were hurting. And I try my best to be humane and to ensure that persons got assistance. So on that basis, I am aware, yes, I am aware.
But sort of taking you back to that time, were you, in terms of the numbers of applications that were landing on your desk to review, was there an increase in the numbers that you were seeing? Oh,
definitely, yes. Yes, there were.
A little while ago, you said you had members hallowing at you. So were there members pressing you to process the applications as quickly as possible?
Yes, there were, because the applicants and the constituents, I guess everybody was, just on the brink of collapsing, no job, can't pay their rent, and stuff like that. It's a small community, Commissioner, and for a lot of that, we know a lot of situations, and sometimes you recognize names, you recognize faces, and there were those applications that you could have spoken to yourself in terms of when they arrive at your desk. So I think members were just trying to help persons in their dire need, because it was a trying time. It was very crucial, and people were hurting.
And as you said, did it ultimately end? It was you were the person having to deal with all of this because you were short-staffed.
I was short-staffed for a while, and it was just overwhelmed sometimes. Like I said, there were only 2 persons in we only have 2 persons in the accounts unit, and having to deal with all of this, from Saturday to Saturday or Sunday to Sunday, it was a lot. And this took us down to the 31st of December, 2020. It was a trying time.
No, I think you've candidly said to the commissioner that you know, there would have been instances where an application would have been approved and paid out, and there wasn't the necessary evidence. Was that something that you noticed at the time, Mrs. Evans, that there were some applications arriving on your desk which didn't really have the evidence that was expected?
And I would say yes.
And in those instances, did you point that out to members that applications were approved applications were reaching you that did not have the evidence that it was supposed to have?
Yes, I did point out to some members where that occurred.
And did you appreciate the circumstances in which you were working at the time, but were there instances where you did return applications to members so that evidence could be obtained?
I did. I did return applications to some members, yes.
Could I just ask you now just a slightly more general topic? We've got the guidelines that we were looking at by which the normal assistant grant scheme operates. Sorry, I shouldn't call it a scheme. The assistant.
Thank you.
And in terms of your role as clerk to the House, when new members arrive, so when there's a new House ready to sit, what, if any, is the sort of induction package that you can offer as clerk to the House?
Yes, I usually do that. However, in this particular administration, I was not able to do that for this particular administration for the new members. What does your normal induction cover, or what would you want it to cover if you were able to provide it? It usually covers the assistance grants program. It covers the standing orders and the Constitution and what happens in the House. Those are the basic things. And obviously the new House convened in 2019. Was there a reason that you couldn't provide the induction at that time? There were many setbacks, and I was not able to do that. And have you, were you able to do that obviously before? I mean, obviously the pandemic will have changed the way you work, but was there a time when you were able to offer an induction at a later point in 2019? No, I had setbacks, and so I was not able to, have the orientation done for the new members coming in for this administration. Thank you. Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions for Mrs. Evans. Can I conclude by thanking Mrs. Evans for taking the time to attend remotely to give her evidence, but also secondly for the way in which she has given evidence this afternoon?
Yes, Mrs. Evans, and can I echo that? Thank you both for your time and the way in which you've given your evidence, which has been very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Ram.
That concludes our evidence for today. We are hoping to schedule a witness for tomorrow morning.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.